sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Courtroom with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild. but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. MJD, Ma Barb is in the house. Hello. Possum. Possum, you leaving already? Can't come in and say hi and then just leave on us like that is rude. Hi, Gamma. Good to see you, love bug. Thanks, guys, for being here. I appreciate it so much. I woke up for this. I'm burning the candlestick at both ends, trying to do a live during the day and a live at night. I know it's Trina. I just don't know if you wanted anybody to say that. So most of the time, if people talk to me in chat, like I can remember your names. It's odd. Sometimes if you just come in like every now and then, like I'm like, oh shit, like which one is this one? But I remember you switched your name over in the middle of the live last night. So welcome, Trina and Gamma. Good to see you. Yeah, because I'm trying to do, I've got too many hands in the fire right now, but I'm okay because I have some time off, and I'm taking this month just to squalor in my sadness before all the shit hits the fan. Starting with Baby Chow, who is graduating from college on May 2nd. He's already secured his apartment in his new state where he's going to work. And so we will be moving him there. We have to move my mother-in-law to another state. My bonus kid who lives here with me, he is right now at MEPS. He is it's been there for 2 days. He is signing up for the Air National Guard. So he will be moving out, I think he told me by June. And I've got a lot of family coming in, of course, for my baby's graduation. I'm supposed to be moving houses by the end of the year. We're supposed to be selling this one, buying a new one, getting out of this area. And there's just a lot happening. There's a lot happening. My dog is going to be going back into heat, so I've got to try again to get her pregnant. It's just a whole thing, you guys. And I need to get to the mountains. The mountains is my happy place, and I haven't been there in a good while. And when I feel overwhelmed, I really need to go, and I haven't been able to go. So I need to make time. I need to just make time. That's just what it is. It's not that we don't have time. It's just that what do we make time for? What is our priority? Hi, darling. Good to see you all the way over there from Australia. It's good to see you, sister. I hope you got them chickens taken care of, love bug. All right, guys. You know what? We're just going to jump into it because, like I said, this trial was 8 weeks long. I looked today just to make sure that there was no update on anything coming down from the courts about Leticia Stauch, and nothing yet. We do know that the prosecution was pushing it up to the Supreme Court to hear because they just don't believe that what's going on is fair. But the law is the law, so I 100% expect her to have a retrial. I mean, listen, this woman would love nothing more than to make this family hurt even more. So that's where we're at. If anybody comes in, wonders what's going on, just let them know. Hey, it's pinned at the top of the screen, exactly what we're watching. That way everybody doesn't have to keep up. I appreciate the help that I'm getting from the chat, because when my biggest thing is also my biggest thing, and my mods will tell you, my mods are all over the world, you guys. So it's hard for everybody to be here at the same time because we're all on different time frames. But the one thing that I always ask is, like, just say hi to people. Hello is a universal language. Um, and so I really want to give a shout out to the chatters, especially yesterday when I didn't have any mods in here, that were just being so welcoming and kind to the newbies that were coming through the chat. So thank you for that. That's really, really important to me, because it sucks ass when you go and you take your time to hang out in a chat, and nobody even cares that you're there. Nobody cares. And I understand that we're a small channel, and it's easier to do it here. So I try to sit here and uh, do it, but there are times I have to get up and do something with the dogs, or go to the bathroom, or like that. So, and I'm not on my phone. I'm actually on my computer. So I'm not always here, but that's a big deal to me, that everybody feels welcome and is able to talk about and have an opinion for themselves without being scared to get bashed by the creator of the channel. I think he's terrible. I just do. I just, why do you have to agree with the creator? I mean, you can't come in being mean and rude to the creator, but you don't have to agree with them. I mean, for the love of God, we're only creators because you guys come in here and hang out with us. Let's just be real. Too much emphasis put on that. I don't like it. I don't dig it. I'm not doing it. All right, let's go ahead and get back into court, you guys. Where we left off yesterday, we were still in day one of the courtroom. And oh my God, if you remember, uh, we're listening to conversations between Al Stauch, who is Gannon's dad. He is talking on the phone with his ex-wife, who had at this point moved out of their family home. And he's trying to get information from her, because the police already know that she's the one that killed Gannon, but they've got to get enough um, evidence to secure conviction, which they did. They did. And then just last week, it was overturned. So we are going back to trial on this. When you on the TV, I don't know how to chat, but this is the friendliest chat ever. Darlene, that's so lovely. There's a lot of times, I try to get into people that mean a lot to me and I want to support them, but I can't always just sit there with the phone, and I understand that. Life goes on. You have stuff you got to get done. So just by putting it on the TV, there is no way to chat that way, but that's so kind, because that's what I have to do in order to make sure my crap gets done around here. So I dig it. But thank you so much for that. That's a big deal to me. All right. So unfortunately, here we go, you guys. We're going to go right back into the courtroom. Al Stauch is still on the phone with his stupid ass wife, who murdered their son. I mean, his son. And of course, she's coming up with every lie in the book as to what happened to Gannon. And I think we're finally on lie 2, where she is going to get him a bite, and this guy is going to end up sexually assaulting her and taking Gannon. There's going to be quite a few before we get to what really happened here. So let's just jump back into this. I know it's hard to listen to. If it gets too much, yeah, girl, curl up. Get yourself comfy. I got my robe on. I got my coffee sitting here. We're just gonna curl up and torture ourselves with this dumb bitch's voice. But if it gets too much, just let me know. I mean, we can fast forward through it if we need to. I don't mind fast forwarding through a lot of the boring stuff, but this isn't boring, but it's just damn hard to listen to her voice, isn't it? Especially when you know what she's done. We know what she did. So, all right, let me make sure that you guys can see this on your screen as big as you can. You're going to have to watch your ears, because I can't control your volume. Oh my God, I'm dreading this. Put this, make it bigger there. Yesterday I had, there it is. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. We're back at it. Oh God, I'm dreading this. I didn't even take a pill to get through Leticia. All right, let's go. And then we haven't even got to talk about Eduardo yet. Oh, I can't wait to hear about Eduardo.
Gentlemen, we'll take a break until about
Let me
3:20 if I can have every.
Nobody needs that. I try to fast forward through the breaks and through the ads and shit like that because that just prolongs our misery. Guess they're waiting to call Al back up to the stand. 3 minutes there. I like it that they put up a time on there so that I could see it and know about when it's going to start again. That's nice. Leticia, if you guys can see, my cursor is sitting right over here, like out of the little way. She's hiding herself from the camera with this monitor that's sitting right here. And she leans up against this wall. And I remember watching the trial. She was sitting over there just flipping off the judge, thinking he couldn't see her, flipping off people on the panel, she's so classy like that. Well, eventually here, and I think by the next one we start watching, which this doesn't have but an hour left, and I'm going to make sure it's on a faster playback speed because they talk so damn slow. Eventually the judge is going to have enough of this bullshit and he's going to make her sit here at the defense table, which is going to be good because then she's going to look like the kid from The Ring. Her hair is going to be all in her face. She's going to be covering her face with her hair. She's going to be all slouched into her seat. Y'all, this is the most disrespectful woman besides Killer. They're bringing the jury back in, it looks like. Oh,
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch record should reflect the jury's.
So just hang out for just a little while longer. Eventually, I think it's going to be tomorrow morning. Actually, the judge is going to make her move her ass to that defense table and knock it off, which is going to be great. Somebody needs to give her hell. All right, let's listen in.
Present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Hey, Detour, good to see
Might be a good
you.
idea when we're playing this one because it's so warm. I might stop it after about 30 more minutes, give jurors a chance to maybe stand up and then pick it back up just so we're not
That's fine.
falling asleep, just so you know.
That's fine. It's
You would, were you not enough?
it's a little better now than it was when we first started.
Yeah.
It's not quite as hot, but I don't know why, but it is warm in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then. Yeah, it's a little cool, but it's still hot.
Hey, Ralph, good to
That's
see
true.
you, honey.
That's true. The refrigerator that I have is warmer than my chamber. What?
Right now.
I will tell them about the 520 snow.
What?
I will tell them about 520 snow. I forgot to do that once in May, and we had all that snow.
Nobody cares, Your Honor, sir. Can we
The
get on
courthouse
with
was
this?
closed, actually.
I'm okay, Ralph. How you doing, love bug? I'm doing well.
Oh, good.
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Can you guys do me a favor? Will you hit the thumbs up? I try to get 100 every time I go live, and that's all I'll ask of you
Okay.
guys. Come on, jury, let's go. Time is money.
All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Before we start or resume playing the, before we resume playing the audio that we were playing just a few minutes ago, I know that there is perhaps a weather change that is on the way, and I wanted to let all of you know the best way to find out whether or not there's something that's going on with the courthouse, 520 snow. And it will have on there if there is, if the courthouse is closed or if it's delayed. And I don't anticipate that. I'm just telling you, so that if it becomes an issue, that's the fastest way to find out. And we'll leave it at that. And I'm giving you that warning because I one time forgot to do that in a trial in May, and we had like, I don't know, 18 inches of snow overnight. And I was going, really? But anyway, so that's where and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to play, we've got about an hour of audio left to go. We're going to play about 30 minutes, and then we're going to stop the audio, and we're going to do sort of a 7th inning stretch and have everybody stand and stretch and things like that. And then we will finish out the audio. So, Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And just for record keeping purposes, we're playing People's Exhibit 35, which is that pretext call on February 13th, 2020 at 1:11 p.m.
Yes.
When Gannon and I left, we found someone in the neighborhood who was working for the Lorson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was the carpet guy. I say working for the Lorson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emory Homes or whatever it's called.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for the company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was gonna. I remember I've been playing those lottery ticket things. I would get tens because I was like, well, he can just have those tens and I'll get more money from it. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that the carpet person, you know, had access to the house, whatever. Come to find out later on, he didn't even make it there. But I'll get to that point when we get there.
Why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was like part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
Okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that, you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, that's. Anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just that kind of worries me there. But go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like, you know how I am. I don't like have people having access to our house and stuff. But whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So, fast forwarding on, you know, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. But like, hey, we're going to go eat sushi tonight because everybody's been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We get home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the whole crap is. Okay. Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT.
Okay.
When we left. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
What point?
I had all this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I called ADT and I said, hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away to arm stay? And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away and it would have went arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
Right.
Okay. So keep this in mind.
There's a sensor on the garage door?
I know, in the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it so fast. I was saying there's no sensor.
Okay, sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So either you can come in, you could set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. Or you can set it to arm away, and when the dogs move, and it will go to arm stay. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered, and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Okay.
So
All right.
keep that in mind, okay? So this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact, okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated. Again, and Stauch got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. All right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Gannon got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay, all right. So he's,
Go ahead, ask
so
the
he's, he's home with you now, is what you're saying? At this point in the timeline.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room. I go upstairs because I was like, had wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on, yada, yada, yada. So I'm in there. Gannon had asked me, that you said that he could go with a friend. You then text me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you could play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
But I thought you said you were doing a Peloton.
No, I said I've been wanting to go back and get on the Peloton because I didn't get to
Oh, okay.
the other night. So I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it, because my goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day.
Yeah, right.
So then I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I'm not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon! Didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and wobbling and, doing his thing, whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, doing crazy things, whatever. He's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I've dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it. That was the loud noises that I heard. The next thing I know, I'm out, blacked out. And which I told you this.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him when he left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but what I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No, the carpet was, I saw it there when the police watched me take myself out.
Okay, but you also mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff. But I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering because
boxes like laid out everywhere.
Right.
I told the detectives, I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
On Gannon's table, which I'm sure it had to been if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was the table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, his table. Okay. So from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
I got you.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running and like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy, and I thought we were about to get robbed. I just remember bits and pieces like that, trying to push him off, and all I remember now that I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out, like
Okay.
I told you the whole time, the truth. I just want the truth.
Okay, so during that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mommy. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing, there's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
Yeah, I never heard it. The only Matt I know of is, what's her name? Your sister.
Well, that would be his uncle and he would know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you said that 20 minutes ago or whatever. I just like, I had never heard of Uncle Matt. So
When I woke up and like out of this state of confusion, going crazy, whatever was going on, I remember Gannon saying he will be back later.
okay, like the Uncle Matt saying he'd be back later.
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said, okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay, hit my head twice. Had to fight off some dude that I explained to them and gave them a description of the whole entire time. Okay, I have been adamant about this and about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you told me about, the Mexican guy?
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume.
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she. I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
Mexican guy. Okay, I gave him the description of that, but to me, dark skinned. I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about Mike?
Right, and
Yeah.
at the time, it wasn't Mike, obviously, but in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out first, is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie. My body system was already weak because you know how it is in the first 4 to 5 weeks of being pregnant. My mind was completely fucking gone. And my mind jumped up after everything. And I said, okay, Gannon's going to be back. Gannon's going to be back. I paced up and down the stairs. During that
So,
time,
babe, hold on. Why did you tell me you got raped, and now you're not telling me you got raped?
you think I want to tell you what a man done to me?
I mean, but like that first day, I told you I would do everything within my power to protect you and get you the help you need for that. But
And I went for
that's
that.
a key part of the story. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it straight.
And I went for that. And that's not something that I want to be like. Do you think I want that blasted on El Paso News?
Okay, but this is me. I'm just trying to help you in this situation. Make sure you got what you need from that. But if I don't want to get you worked up. So go ahead.
Because it hasn't been hard to know that like somebody was there trying to hurt me and Gannon, and I'm getting knocked out of it.
No, I
Trying
understand.
to fight for my body, trying to fight for someone not doing something to my body.
That's why I'm just trying to make sure I know everything that happened. Remember, this is about the truth. This is not about anything but me and you and the truth. So
And I can't tell people that because then they're going to say nothing to me and call me names, and then you won't even want me.
why would I not want you? I don't understand what you mean by that.
I tried. I didn't know what was going on. All of it was a blur in and out, trying to figure out. I got up at one point and ran to the door and sent Lena away. Sure, anybody in a logical state of mind could have said, why didn't you give Lena a note to run to the neighbors? He knew everything. He knew everything about us. He knew our names. He knew where we worked. He knew where Harvey worked. He knew where we drove.
So back up a second too. So just because I want to know about Gannon's well-being too. We already covered what happened to you, but you're saying that initially you told me Gannon got beat up and he took him away, but that you didn't say that this time. So please tell me.
Gannon jumped on his back. Like when he was trying to hurt me, Gannon jumped on his back. And that's clearly what I told the detective.
Okay, so what happened to Gannon in that instance? Because I got to know that.
I don't know. I just remember Gannon was on the other side. I was on where the door was at.
Okay.
Gannon was behind me on the floor and was crying. And
Was he bleeding or anything? Was it like?
Know that if he was bleeding or anything.
Okay. All
I
right.
just remember. All I could barely see what was going on.
Was there any blood on the floor after you got? Do you remember anything like that?
When I woke up, there was no blood anywhere. I probably after the second time. So when I ran back upstairs, they sent Lena away, and I said, Lena, please go get the milk. Harley pulls up. I said, Harley, please take Lena to Dollar Tree, and they're like, okay. I said, please take them now and get these items. Exactly
So
what I did.
did Harley notice that you were distraught or anything?
Harley was, she was just looking at me like, what in the world? I said, please just go get the items. And Harley was like, what are they? I was like, carpet spray for the dog smell and the carpet powder for the dog smell. And Lena and Harley left.
Okay. All right.
Because I didn't want Lena and Harley to come in. And there you got two more people involved in this. He's downstairs with Gannon. I don't know what in the hell is going on. I'm freaked out like if I'm in some Lifetime movie. And no matter who I called or said anything to, they're going to do me just like they're doing me now. Came back downstairs. came back downstairs, tried to plead with him about what was exactly going on. He had Gannon wrapped in his arm, like his arm around him, and was saying,
Tisha, hold on just a second. I'm trying to understand. So, oh my goodness. So you're downstairs and all this is going on, and the guy is downstairs, and you send Lena away. You come upstairs and send Lena away while the guy's still downstairs.
or did you want Lena to come in and be there too?
No, I'm just trying, babe. I'm just trying to understand everything because some of this is new information for me that you didn't tell me initially. So I'm just trying to process.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me sit there and talk to you.
Okay,
You treated me like a criminal.
okay. I'm just trying to understand it. So I'm just trying to sort through all of it. So keep going. Thank you for clarifying, though.
You tried, Albert.
What's wrong?
I tried so hard.
You tried so hard to do what?
I was trying to protect everybody, but I couldn't get back upstairs. Once I let Lena go, I don't know. I couldn't even figure out what to do. If I ran outside the yard, what was I going to do?
So so you sent Lena to the mailbox, or you sent her with Harley?
Sent her to the mailbox, and it's
Okay.
Holly gets there, and I sent Harley a message, and I sent Harley a message quickly and said, "Please get Lena as soon as you get back and go to Dollar Tree. I'll explain later."
Oh, so you sent her a message and they went back downstairs?
Right, because I was trying to check on Gannon.
But I thought you said you saw Harley when she got home.
I did. I sent her a message to let her know Lena pulled up. Lena came up.
Okay.
I sent Lena to the mailbox. Harley pulled right up. Look at the camera. Since your neighbor has every fucking camera footage, you should be able to see that they came up, and I freaking sent them right away.
Well, I'll probably have to pay him another $5,000 to get him to do that. So I don't think that's going to happen. It's bullshit, ain't it?
So I went back down. It's not funny because he did get paid.
No, I'm not. It's bullshit.
So he went back downstairs. I went back downstairs, and I'm trying to figure out, and he's just telling him that he had a new family and all kinds of things. And I'm sitting there trying to grab Gannon, and the next thing I'm on the ground again. And you can't overpower someone when they put their fingers on your mouth.
And this was in Gannon's room again?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No one tried to help. No one cared. People treated me like a criminal. When I came through, I woke up. Whatever I could say and look around and think, I thought I was in a dream. And I was up. And Gannon was gone.
And that was the second time you went downstairs and he hurt you.
Second time he hurt me, and once I woke up from that, Gannon was gone.
Okay, so you blacked out again, is what you're saying.
Yes, because I had several times, because I was trying, what I was trying to do, I was trying inside the closet, our closet door in there. I was trying to get in there, because I was like, man, there has to be something in there that I can just swing, whatever. I didn't know how to use the freaking big gun, so if I had left out from sending Harley and Lena away, I didn't know how to use your big gun, like the assault rifle. And my gun wasn't in the spot that it always was, because you know why? My gun was already in my car.
But babe, I'm just trying to understand here. You told me initially that the gun was in the house and that he grabbed it or something.
Black gun. He had your black gun. Yours.
He had my little pistol, right?
The black one, yes.
Okay, all right. Because I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought initially you said your gun. That's why I was confused.
No, my gun was outside.
In the car. Okay.
Your black gun. That's why I was terrified. He knew everything about us. He was threatening us. Every single thing. He knew what kind of car that your mom had drove there and stayed there the whole time in her rental car.
Hey, when did you bring your gun back in after all this happened?
You told me to go get all the guns together.
No, that was when I was collecting them. You said your gun was in the car.
No, Albert. On the phone call with me, you said go check and see and be accountable for all the guns. When I told
Yeah, because you had stored them downstairs in those. My gun was in the. I don't know about yours, but my gun was in one of the totes. Remember, you had put it there.
Because the lady was babysitting.
Okay, so the guy had the gun and he put it back in the tote?
No, he didn't put the gun back in the tote. The gun was left there.
So you put it back in the tote?
The gun was left there. Gannon was gone. It was like I thought he was hiding. I legit thought I was in complete shock and thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay.
I even mentioned to the girls, I go, because I was shocked, culture shock, thinking, what the fuck happened? Oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I didn't get the time to even go through any of the emotions of it all to think what happened, because all I could immediately do was go into the defense mode of being like, oh my God, okay, get the girls out of here. Okay, Gannon's going to be back by the time he's supposed to be back. Because in the end, when Gannon was leaving, I remember him asking him, was he going to take him to Uncle Matt's house? I remember that being blacked out. So Gannon freely went with him. I don't know Uncle Matt. I'm not fucking crazy.
So he left with Uncle Matt in a car or something, or in a van, or you don't know?
That's why he left in. I just know that the whole thing started to add up.
About 30 minutes, Judge.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's everybody stand and stretch for a moment.
Really, they want to do the wave, at least some of them.
I know those chairs are out the most comfortable. Right. And, you know, while this is going on, you can, as I said, during jury selection, if some of you need to, you can stand, you can stretch, you can do what you need to do, and that's okay. So, all right. Okay. Yep. Let's go ahead and start it again.
Gannon kept going outside with some gate. Gannon had to be talking to somebody outside of that gate. I begged the fucking El Paso County police officers to find anything on that side of the house where Gannon might have went out at night talking to whoever it was. Any cars that was parked on that side of the house. Nobody helps me.
Okay, so I'm trying to this is what's bothering me about this part, and I want to be real with you because we're trying to work together on this. But I went and asked all the neighbors myself, like cameras in front of our house, to the side of our house, everything, to look and see if Gannon left the house anywhere from like 2 to 4, 4:30, anything like that, and no cameras have him leaving. So I mean,
What kind of cameras? Are they like Rogers that run 24/7?
yes, like 3, 4, 5 of the neighbors have those 24/7 cameras, and then some are like ours, which are motion censored.
Okay, which ones? Because we need to know which direction that their cameras are pointed in order for that to happen.
Okay, well that's something we can look into. Okay, that's something we need to look into. So either they went out the front, I'm assuming, right?
Not the front door.
So what, the garage?
I would say the garage or either out the back door because Gannon had the gate code, like the key. And he kept going out there with this key or trying to unlock it or keep it unlocked with this key.
Okay, hold on. So I understand. So now Gannon, with all this going on, Gannon tells the guy there's a key to the gate, and then they can bring the key back in the house?
No. Did you listen to my story?
Yeah.
The other night, Gannon kept going outside with the gate. I'm thinking that the gate was automatically left unlocked.
Oh, okay. Did you lock it back before I got home?
No, I didn't lock anything.
Okay. All right.
Didn't do anything unless they locked it or the police locked it because Harley said the police put cameras in it and locking it.
Okay.
Locking everything up.
We can find that out. Maybe the police locked it back though. So fair enough. So that just all that kind of is blowing my mind. You know, he wasn't seen leaving. The key to the gate was in the house. The gun was where it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to figure it all out, Tisha.
The gun wasn't where it was supposed to be because I put the gun back in when you told me to collect them.
Okay. Well, hopefully I think
upstairs.
they got my gun now, so hopefully they can get this Mexican guy's fingerprints. So
Would be perfect to me. It's nothing but from day one.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get. So get all them this information. You know, I think the FBI's in on it now. So we're trying to get them all this information. Look for a fingerprint on the gun. You know, maybe they haven't looked there. Looking for a fingerprint on the lock of the gate. You know, stuff like that as the little things that they may have missed. You know, during this process.
Why? Why would they not have done that? And maybe I'm just upset by this because I feel like they barked up the wrong tree for 2 fucking weeks, Albert.
It's been 3 weeks almost, Tisha. Yes, I agree. I agree with you. I'm as frustrated as anybody because I don't know anything. And
So, do you think I did this?
Tisha Stauch, I don't know. I'm trying to help you. Okay, I'm trying to help you get the truth out there. But you've got to tell me the truth. Okay, I know.
Here's what I told the police. The only difference is I thought it was the carpet person, but once I went around because I was freaking out trying to figure out, I was like, if I could go get this fucker and bring him in, and I drove through the neighborhood, the description that I gave El Paso is exactly what I saw. But that is not the exact description that I gave of this carpet person. So my point behind that was, I don't think it was the carpet person because I eliminated him because he didn't have craters on his face.
He did or didn't? So, but hold on. You know what? Something. Remember how? Oh my goodness! Thinking back to this whole that trip you made for the bike. You never found the guy, right? The Craigslist guy?
Started looking creepy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't think that this Craigslist guy had anything to do with you? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry. And you don't think the Craigslist guy followed you or just found you? Maybe you told him, hey, I'm driving my husband's red Frontier and I'll meet you there or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything.
Okay, okay, so let's say it's him. What I don't like is that people are sitting here saying, well, there's nothing that shows you guys leaving. If there's nothing at this point in time, it's starting to get dark. Because in case you didn't know, in Colorado, it's getting dark around that time. Okay? There has to be something that points to that direction that shows any shadows, movement, anything. And if it didn't, it was because the ring sensitivity didn't pick it up.
All right, so listen, I want to be clear with you that I don't give a flip about social media. You know that I don't have Facebook. I'm not on there, so I don't know what these people are saying. So let's me and you focus on us getting to the bottom of what's going on. Okay, let's try to block out that other stuff so we can get the truth here. Man, this Craigslist thing is really driving me nuts now. Do you think that when did you go? What was the time frame you went there again? You went to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Because they have whatever time they have me on footage. The first time at Petco.
Oh, at Petco. So after that is when you left.
Because I went back to Petco to get more clothes.
Okay, so you went. So then when did you go back to Petco after the Craigslist trip?
Yeah.
Oh. And you said the guy was already in the house before you got there. You think?
When I got there, the guy was already most definitely in the house or had already been in the house waiting or whatever it may be, which is why I thought it was the carpet guy because that was the person that I gave the garage.
Yeah, you gave the garage code to him. Yeah, right.
The more I laid and the more I slept and the more I kept worrying about it and thinking about it and yada, yada, yada. Gannon kept having his room door locked. I was even so terrified to think that this person even spent the night in our home.
Oh, you think he was there the whole time?
I don't know. Do you know how worried I've been about this?
I know, that's freaking me out because remember those other stories you were talking about people coming in the back door and stuff while they thought people were away? I've been going through all that in my head too.
Albert, I've done nothing but look, I have this book right here. You can hear it. It's like of anything and everything that I thought of that might have been out of order, but
so maybe
you think I don't want my life back? You think I don't want my family back?
I know, trust me too.
I'm tired of being portrayed as one.
Okay, but you got to help me because I'm trying to sort through all this and put a good timeline together so I can tell this. Somebody reached out from the FBI and I'm trying to tell them a timeline of what I know. All right, I'm trying to make sure they get the truth the first time. This lady that called me. Okay, so
Are people not going after this? Why?
I don't know. Maybe the FBI is. I don't know. That's not. I know they're doing everything they can. Maybe they missed some things we don't know. Listen, something you told me that first day that I'm trying to figure out when did you do the? Like you said, you cleaned everything up.
Cleaned everything up.
Yeah, from Gannon's room or wherever you got. Somebody did bad things to you or whatever.
I was just talking about like the clothes I had on and like shoes and stuff.
Oh, so you just changed your clothes and then threw them away, like you said, and whatever Gannon had on, you said you threw that away too?
They got that out of the back of the trash. It was a shirt that he wore that was burnt and stuff like that.
Oh.
That's what I meant, like cleaned up. I didn't mean like clean up anything bad or anything. I'm just saying like I didn't want to keep that stuff on and calling and police.
But you told me that first day you cleaned up the whole area because you didn't want Lena to see it when she got home. That's what you told me.
Yeah, my clothes and my underwear. You want me to really go in depth about that?
I'm not trying to make you relive anything that happened to you. I'm just trying to. There's just some truth that I'm trying to find about. I mean, if something was cleaned up or something, then I don't know. Maybe
whatever you're trying to say to me, don't just be honest.
I just don't want the police to miss anything else. Okay, I mean, we think they've missed all these other pieces, and then I mean, if you cleaned up something that could give them DNA evidence on this Mexican guy, then we need it.
Took my whole DNA from this. They wouldn't let me pee. The hospital bill that I sent you was the whole kit on my body.
But tell me, why did you tell me? I just don't understand why you told me you cleaned up an area, and then now you're telling me you just changed your clothes. That's.
When you're talking about cleaning up the area, I'm talking about from Gannon. Like Gannon had from his burn marks, there was blood on the wall and on the light switch.
So you cleaned up whatever Gannon's stuff, what blood or whatever was, right?
Prior.
Oh, where was that at?
In his room when he woke up Monday morning.
But like where? But where in his room? You did say the wall because he was wiping his fingers on the wall or something.
I don't know if he wiped his fingers on his wall. I just know his arm probably hit the wall when he was asleep.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. So you cleaned that up. Okay, because I never saw that. That's the first I heard of it. So you cleaned up wherever his blisters or his burn mark hit the wall. Did you clean something else up?
Light switch from where he touched it.
Oh, but that was after you showed it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me and Lena and then told me that he was picking his fingernails so bad that he bled so bad, remember?
Yes, he did pick his fingernails.
Oh, okay. So he picked his fingernails and I'm just trying to clarify, picked his fingernails and his blister or his burn mark or whatever.
What do you mean? Gannon picks everything that's open.
Yeah, I'm
Why
not,
are you acting like you're got me on some trial with this? He picks his fingers all the time.
babe, because
It's open.
babe, you're absolutely right about that. But I don't know why you feel like you're on trial. I'm talking to my wife, trying to figure out the truth. And like I told you before, the truth hasn't always lined up. So I just want to find out all the details so we can find Gannon. That's it.
Albert, I gave you every detail. But you're coming at me saying, I thought you did this afterwards. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Right.
Gannon has huge nosebleeds. Did you tell him the nosebleeds from your truck is from Gannon?
When did he have a nosebleed in my truck?
Oh my God, don't even play. It's been there since Alaska. And the top part of your truck, you have his hands had blood marks on it from like a year and something ago.
Maybe. I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I just don't remember that. But that might have happened. I know he has had a nosebleed once in a while. I don't remember that in Alaska.
Nosebleeds are like in Colorado, or at least once every week or two. Every week or two, Gannon has a nosebleed. This is where I get angry. Like, people come up here and talk all this shit, and they don't even know him.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the people are saying on social media. I don't even bother with that. And I have it for a long time. But I'm just trying to. All right.
Say what you got to say, Albert.
I'm just trying to retrace some steps in my head. So the Mexican guy, did you see like anybody? I'm trying to think of this Craigslist. Did he have a picture or did he like give you any information about him? Like, hey, I'm, other than where to find him at or anything like that? I mean, what was the framework of like how you set up that to meet him?
Everything is on my phone, Albert.
Dave, I don't know. I guess they got your phone. You keep telling me that, but I'm just trying to figure out how you went about doing this. So maybe we can, that freaking lady that called me bugging the shit out of me from the FBI, maybe that's something relevant. I don't know.
I reached out to him. They have access to my phone.
Okay.
On my phone, I click the Craigslist thing, which generates this whole like number, something, whatever the email they do to protect the people that are selling. I had all that and access to my phone for that. I have limited access because a lot of my stuff didn't load. A lot of it weren't backed up. My emails weren't backed up. My notes weren't backed up. The only thing backed up when I logged in to the icon that it let me in temporarily was pictures. If they gave me my phone, which is mine, it would clearly have everything. And since they've done all these things, they should see this. They should see pictures of where I took with Gannon at home with me later. They should see all this shit, man. And it pisses me to fuck off, and no one's even caring. Everybody's going to point the finger, but won't let me sit there and show you.
All right, Leticia. Okay. You told me to be straight?
I got you on the phone, and I'm trying to sit here and tell my own husband every little detail, everything. You think I don't want my family?
All right, Tisha, listen. Like I said the whole time, I'm just trying to help you and trying to keep you and Harley safe from all. I mean, these people are after me now. I don't know who the hell it is, but like I said, I had to go get my clothes changed and everything just so I can blend in better. And I want you to know that no matter what, we can work through this together, and I can help you. Okay, but you just got to let me help you. But you told me to be straight up. I got a very straight up question. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you kill Gannon?
No.
I need to know. I need you to answer me yes or no right now.
I killed Gannon. The answer is no. I can't believe you asked me this.
I just got to know you. I told me to be straight up. I got to know what's happening to my son.
Tell me why you would think I killed Gannon.
There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, being straight up again, you changed your story again to me for the fourth time.
No, I changed my story.
You did. This is the fourth version of the same story. Okay.
Wow.
Like half of what you told me today, cut foot, and now he's got burned arms and picking it, and his butt's bleeding. All this stuff is new to what you told me the other day. And the other day you told me you cleaned up the area where you got raped so nobody would see it. But now you told me you just changed clothes. I just don't know what the hell's going on.
I didn't tell you. First off, you never even listened to me about anything that went on.
I did. No, you stopped because I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I went and got the guns and put them in the truck, and then I came back and listened. Me and Landon listened to you, and then I stopped and picked your story apart. So get it straight, Tisha. I listened to you, and I said, if I'm wrong about the rape, I will get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. Did I not say that?
Yeah, but you haven't.
Exactly, because I haven't been proven wrong yet. I want the truth. If I'm wrong, if the police, no matter what they're doing, the FBI, the CBI, the CBS, whoever, okay, if they tell me I'm wrong, I will publicly, in front of the world, get on camera and tell you I'm sorry. But until that happens, we're going to find the truth.
How can you tell me that someone didn't? I don't understand. How can you tell me that someone didn't do something to hurt me and take Gannon?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you it hasn't been proven one way or the other. You said you banged your head on the freaking table. Now I got to tell them to go check out the table and see if there's any blood or any of your.
You knew that. They had already asked that.
Okay, but that's the first I heard of it. You see what I'm saying?
You never would talk to me. You literally just sat here in a conversation and asked me, did I kill our child?
Yes, I did, because because if you say no, then I can't. I'll stop thinking that you did it. Okay.
That's horrible.
I don't know what to think. My son's blood. You're telling me his blood's all over the walls, and now you're telling me the Mexican guy that had the gun to your head or whatever took him away, and he knows him, and he could be anywhere.
Hold on. Gun. So where did you get that piece from?
That was what. So now you got me twisting all your stories up, because that was from the first time you told me the rape story. That he had a gun to your head. You told me it was your gun. You told me. But you told me it was your gun, so that's fine. I'm not debating the points here. But
I said the black one.
Okay, fine. But I mean,
you know in your heart I would never hurt Gannon.
Yes, I absolutely believe that. But I'm doing everything I can to help you right now. But Tisha, listen. The thing is, if you don't, but it's not just. I asked you if you killed him. You said no, and I'm sorry. That was a hard question. But if you know anything, or you did anything, or just upset about it, we can work together, and I can help you. But I can't help you if you don't tell me anything. It's just there's so many unknowns, Tisha.
Oh my God.
I mean, did anything happen that was an accident that you're scared about?
Really?
I'm just trying to, Tisha, you know, with my Army training, I'm trained to ask all these questions to get us in a safe place, right? And that's why I took the guns out from the get-go. That's just my training kicking in.
Oh my God, I really thought, I thought out of this conversation, I really thought you were going to be supportive of me. I thought you were going to bring your family back together. And I thought that we were going to talk about everything every single day of nothing but Gannon.
That's what I'm trying to do.
For a second, you would ask me, did I kill Gannon? I can't believe that.
Well, I'm glad you said no. That gives me a lot of hope and peace.
I told him about maybe you might have a brother. Maybe. We talked about, we cried about Kobe. We did a lot together.
What?
What hurt Gannon?
Okay, Tisha, let me ask you this way then. I don't believe you killed him, but did something bad happen to him, and he maybe he is dead or not with us anymore, and you just panicked and didn't know what to do? I mean, is there anything like that? Just any information is what I need. We can help you. I can help you get through this. But but we got to know the information about Bubba. I mean, just think of,
Really,
yes, I'm just trying to figure out what happened to him. He's gone and nobody knows anything, but you were the last one to hear him speak. Okay, which was Monday when you were driving around and he left the house. The last time we heard him speak, I don't know. I don't know when that was. Before I left, probably. When I left and he went downstairs to watch Pokemon. That's the last memory I have of him.
Now, let me tell you something. People don't have the life that I have. People don't just be a normal person, just doing their thing, finally had what they want to do and be in the sky, working. Oh, they don't do that. People premeditate things in life. There's no sign or indications of anything that I would have ever hurt those children. I fought for you. I fought for them.
Yes, you did. You fought for all of us. You're right. I'm not questioning any of that, Tisha. Did an accident happen? I mean, other than the candle or the burn? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask all the questions.
I've worked with children long enough, Albert. If an accident happened, I'm smart enough. I know what to do. I've had plenty of friends who've been in situations where they've been in the classroom. They accidentally dropped the kid. The kid might have broke their leg. You go to the people, you tell them it's an accident, and you work through it.
Okay, so all right, you also said something that was calmed my heart, tremendously about Bubba. That basically you didn't premeditate anything. So whatever happened to him had to be an accident, just like the candle. And I mean, obviously you wouldn't plan on something like that because you're a teacher and you do all those babysitting events. I know you wouldn't hurt kids intentionally, but whatever happened was an accident. And I know you didn't plan it.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
So he would have had to have died naturally then.
He's dead.
I don't know, Tisha.
I can't even believe you are saying that. Gannon is alive. What's wrong with you?
Because it's just none of this makes any sense. I mean, he would have been found by now. Okay. He didn't. All the cameras, all that footage shows him not leaving the house other than in the truck. And I like I said, I'm just trying to help you get through this.
Help me?
Yes, help you because
Help me get through this.
because I am trying to help you. I want to know what happened to Gannon and try to help you and keep Harley safe and everything that I've said the whole time because that's who I am and you know that.
See what y'all think. This is what y'all think. Y'all think somebody's gonna come in here and say something just to appease everyone. Well, a true person who is completely innocent, you can keep beating me down in the ground all you want to because I didn't do it.
I'm not beating you down.
You think you don't want me anymore? Fine. You don't want that family anymore? Fine. You took my car. You took everything.
I didn't take anything. They got all my shit too, Tisha. I got 2 cars now because Harley's not going to pay for it. I got 2 cars I got to pay for. I can't even see or touch.
I'm begging you.
No, she hasn't. I know. So
You every day, Albert. Why are you not with your wife? If you want to be so honest and ask questions, why are you not with your wife and daughter?
because I'm going to tell you the truth right now because of this conversation, Tisha. I don't know. And I've told you that the whole time. I'm confused. I'm all over the place. I can't get the truth from you or the police or nobody. And now, you know, it's just even worse now because I got another story I've got to try to make a theory from.
Another story. You have never talked to me.
But you just told me. You told me a few minutes ago we went over it. You told me the first story. No, first you told me he ran away. Then it was the rape story. Then it was the second rape story. Now it's the third rape story.
I can't believe you just said the rape story.
I just. What do you want me to call it? The story of Gannon disappearing. Okay, you told me the first version of that, the second version, and now the third version.
You a second or third version.
Yes.
You sit down and talk to me.
No, that day that I got home. No, the day I got home, that next morning after my mom and sister and Landon, everybody was at the house. You told me you were texting Bethel and you told her the story. I don't know what you told her, and I kind of don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't even care. No.
I had y'all there.
How does where?
My God, I can't believe you're lying to me right now.
About what? I'm not lying to you about anything, Tisha.
Albert, they had y'all at the police department when I was there.
Oh, you mean when Landon showed up and then they brought, I was already there or whatever? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the only time I know. I don't even know when you were there. I just assumed you had finally come in that night. Or was it the next day you came in? I don't even know, Tisha.
You were there because she was talking to you there.
Who was?
Bethel?
She was talking to me at the police station?
Yes.
Honestly, most of my talking was with Mark, the other guy that was at Starbucks. So I don't know what you mean. She was talking to me. I think I might have talked to her for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Did not tell you anything different. This is how my day went. I was going to lay down.
Hey, Tisha, I believe you. Okay. What I want you to answer for me is those simple questions. Did Gannon die and you just freaked out, or was there an accident involved? Did you kill him? Answer all those questions. Those are the ones that I want to know. Okay, I don't care about who talked to who, when we went where. Honestly, at this point, none of that freaking matters. What matters is that little 11-year-old boy is either out there or he's not, and I got to know that. And you're the only one that has any information regarding that.
I gave you that information, and you're not going to look for it.
No, but you ignored my question. I mean, answer those questions for me.
That's the first question.
All right. Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon die on your watch, whether it was an accident or naturally from some injury?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon have an accident of a serious nature and you freak out and cover it up?
No.
So the answer is no to all of that.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for you, even more uncomfortable than what I just asked you. Did Harley kill Gannon?
God, no.
Okay. Did any of the same questions? Did she have anything to do with an accident, a cover up? Was she involved in this at all with you?
No. I haven't been involved either.
So I just, but so something, so there's a blank somewhere that you have not filled a blank. So
How did I not build the blank?
it's,
So you don't think for a second that someone came in the house to Gannon? You don't think that?
I don't doubt that. I don't know what to believe, but I'm not doubting you. I'm just having to ask all these questions. So, you know.
I begged you. I said, hey, let us all be together. Look at me in my eyes and ask me that question. Feel it in your heart and then ask me that question.
But you gotta look at it from my perspective. Okay, first of all, and I got a couple things to say, so let me get through it. These stories, just like I've said the whole time, they don't sound legit to me. They just don't add up. They're not true. Something is off from every story because there's different versions. So that's number one. Number two.
I've only talked to you once.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But you got to put yourself in my shoes. Okay. What the hell would you do if this was Harley? Okay. And you didn't have all the information. How would you put all these pieces together? So, I mean, you got, from my glasses, how am I supposed to put all these pieces together when I don't even have a third of the pieces? I'm just trying to find the pieces and get them together.
You want me to answer that question?
Which one? The one about what if it was Harley?
Yeah.
Yeah, answer that question.
So as soon as you tell me this, when I get off this phone, I will have my husband and my children together in a home, and our houses will be praying, and we will be on the phone with the detectives, and we will be saying, listen, I support my husband, and we need to find someone over here. Somebody had to see something. Ask them again. Do something. We will be putting a fucking alert out everywhere. We will be putting a description out everywhere. We will close the fucking borders from Colorado to all of them, up and down 95, because it leads to fucking Mexico.
95? What?
That shit.
Why would
I'm
you?
sorry, 85, whatever.
85?
What's the road called? 25. It's
Oh.
it leads to Mexico.
Well, you please be careful when you say those things, because then they're going to start looking up and down 95 on the East Coast. Okay.
Sorry.
And that's not going to help us. I mean, since you know he's not over there, that's not going to help us if they get sent over there. Okay. But you didn't answer my question. How am I supposed to put all these pieces together? You're telling me let's go home and pray. And I've been praying just praying nonstop. Okay. But we got to have action too. So here, listen, I got to go, because now I'm freaking, everybody's going to start questioning me at the house. Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you involved? I'm going to get all those questions now. So
Who are you staying with?
Uncle Jeff, and then freaking Veronica and all them that are all over the place. Okay. So
Why would you have to be anywhere near them?
I don't have to be, but you saw we had to do. Listen,
And your daughter.
Tisha, listen, I had to do these statements and interviews and all this shit. It's just nonstop. Every day is something else. Okay. So if you think all this information is what they need, apparently the El Paso people haven't done their job and they haven't forwarded it to the FBI. So I don't know. There's some Amber lady called me from the FBI. And I'm going to just email you her number and her name. And if you want to pass this information to her, that's much higher than the freaking CBS or whatever you call it.
Yeah, because they called everyone I know.
Okay, well then that's what.
You can tell them too.
Okay, but I don't have the document you have. So anyways, I'm just going to send you the contact. And if you want it, you take it. If not, I can't make you do anything. But I got to go. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not how you would say trying to find your son. You would not say, if you don't want to do anything, then blah, blah, blah.
No, that's not true, because I can't. I wanted you with me the whole time and you left. So I'm going to give you the information you need to pass your stuff along, and then you can do that. Okay.
Listen to me. We don't have anywhere to stay. I'm asking you to stay with your wife and daughter, and let's do this together. Now you tell me no if you think that you don't give a shit about us and you don't want that. You tell me no right now.
Tell you no.
You tell me yes if you want your family together because you believe
I
me.
wanted my family together. Listen to me. I wanted my family together the whole time. And listen, you're not letting me help you. So I recommend that you get in contact with this Amber lady, because she offered me help and safety, because I told her what I was going through. And I'm sure they'll do the same thing for you, especially all that you've been through with you're telling me about the social media stuff and people chasing you around. You said in the email. So I'm going to send you her contact information. Okay. And then you decide whether or not to contact her to find protection for yourself and get them this information. Okay. But I got to go. Okay. I got to go, Tisha. I got to go.
The question.
What question? I said I wanted you to be together, but I got to go. Okay. I got to go. Bye. Bye.
Mr. Allen?
Just getting Mr. Stauch back up.
Okay, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. At the time of this call, Mr. Stauch, did you know the defendant's location?
I did not know, sir.
You can move that microphone closer to you if you want to, so you don't have to lean over.
Right.
Yeah, the chair doesn't move. Everybody makes that mistake, but the microphone does.
Thank you.
At the very beginning of that call, it seemed like there was a disconnect where the phone dropped or something like that. During the process of these recorded phone calls, was that common to happen where for some reason the call would drop and then either you or her would have to call the other person back?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was. And yes.
There were some references in there where you said you were feeling heat and that you went up on the north end to buy some, I think you said redneck clothes in that. What did you mean when you were saying that you were feeling heat and that you had to go buy some redneck clothes?
So much of this call and many other calls, I was trying to, if you will, stay in character, just to keep, I call it keep her on the hook. So saying things that I knew that we had joked around or talked about in the past. I did, in fact, go to Bass Pro Shop and buy some additional clothes because at one point I didn't have all my stuff out of the house, and I needed some additional things just to get by. So it was kind of telling her actually what I did, but also using something from our past to keep her on the hook. So,
And in that portion of the conversation, you said you hoped that you would run into her while you were up north.
Right.
For context purposes, had the defendant told you that she was staying with somebody up in the north part of El Paso County?
she did. I said there was some story. I don't remember the specifics, but yes, she was up there, and that's why I referenced that. When I said she, I meant the defendant.
Okay. And but you didn't have any independent knowledge whether she was up north in El Paso County or someplace else, even in the country?
No, sir. I had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Period.
She mentioned in that phone call about Gannon stepped on something in the garage and cut his foot on the boards and got blood on the boards.
Yes, I heard that.
Can you describe for the jury and what boards she would be talking about and where in the garage those boards might have been?
So as you saw in a photo, the garage was pretty messy, but there was, depending on what project I had going on, I would stash boards on that, looking into the garage on the left-hand side. I'd lay them down so she could drive over them when she parked her car in the garage. I just ran out of room as I had projects stacking up and whatnot.
And just so we're orienting ourselves correctly, when you say looking into the garage on the left-hand side, you're talking about from the street?
From street view, yes, sir.
Yep. Was it common for Gannon to take out the trash, as was referenced in that phone call?
Absolutely. That was one of his chores.
Where was the trash? Where would he take it out to?
So once again, from the street view, the gate that was referenced numerous times was to the left of the garage. And so he would typically go out the back door through the backyard and around the house to the trash can, because the gate we kept locked typically.
So let's talk a little bit about that backyard. Was it completely fenced in?
Yes, it was fenced in all the way around. Yes, sir.
What kind of fence did it have?
I believe it was a wooden fence. I think. Yeah.
Was it short fence, tall fence?
It was like a maybe 6 or 8 foot privacy type fence all the way around.
Okay.
And joining, the neighbors had joining sides, so there wasn't 2 fences. There was just one fence on each side and the back that joined the neighbors.
How many gates in the backyard?
Just the one on the, as I referenced already, the left-hand side looking at the garage from the street.
There was reference to a key in that phone call as well, a key to the gate.
Yes, sir.
Did you keep that gate locked, closed?
Yeah, we kept it locked. The only time I really remember unlocking it on a regular basis was to cut the grass in the backyard.
Where was that key normally kept?
I had a little basket of just whatever, just doodads on top of my dresser or somewhere in the master bedroom, and the key would be in there. It was a couple keys on a keychain, and I kept it in that basket.
Was the lock on the hopefully I'm going to describe this correctly though I'm asking this question. Was it a padlock, first of all?
It was.
Was that padlock on the outside of the gate, meaning closer to the street, or on the inside yard part of the gate?
No. For instance, if Gannon were to unlock it, he would have had to go through the backyard and access it from the backyard side of the gate to unlock it. He could not reach over from the front yard side. Is that clear enough?
Yeah. So just so we're clear, the lock that is locking the gate is on the inside of the yard.
Yes. Yeah, on the backyard side. Yes, sir.
How tall was Gannon?
Oh, I don't remember it right off the top of my head. Approaching 5 foot. I don't know if he had hit 5 foot yet. Is it in that range?
I guess just to really drive home this point, maybe unnecessarily, but was he tall enough, or did he have long enough arms that he could reach over a 6 foot fence and unlock the gate?
Yeah, let me reiterate. I just mentioned that a second ago. He could not open the gate from the front yard. I mean, if he was standing on a ladder or something, but standing on the ground, he could not. He was not tall enough to reach over and unlock it. He had to go from the back.
Could you even?
I think I could. Or pull myself up far enough to get it. I'm not sure, but I don't remember ever doing that because the lock was a little bit, it hung a little bit lower. It wasn't at the top. So
okay. There was mention of Kobe. Who is Kobe referenced in there?
Kobe Bryant. He died, as many of us know, he died on that Sunday, which I think would have been the 26th. And I think it was in the phone call. I said she had sent me a text message about it right when I landed at the airport in Lawton, Oklahoma. That's what I found out.
Okay, so just she had sent you a text message in reference to Kobe Bryant dying in that helicopter crash.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's what that references to.
Yes, sir.
There was reference of bath salts. Tell us about the bath salts. What was that reference in regard to?
So, some years ago, bath salts became kind of a recreational drug or something. I don't know much about it. I don't think that's the same bath salts as you put in your bathtub. I'm not 100% sure, but something came up in a text message thread where I referenced earlier about a friend on the bus, that this new friend that I never found to exist, but he said Gannon could come over and play if Gannon were to bring bath salts with him or some drugs or whatever. And that's where the bath salts were introduced into the conversation. The next thing I did was ask Tisha to get, or the defendant to get all that. We had some, household bath salts. I said, get all those and put them up just in case.
Put them up for what reason?
In case that story was true.
But put them up so that maybe Gannon couldn't get to them?
Find them, or Gannon couldn't get them or whatever.
Okay. There was a reference by the defendant to, the way I wrote it down was the Douglas County thing, basically. Were you aware that there were searches happening up on the northern part of El Paso County, southern part of Douglas County line?
Yeah, at some point, I don't remember the exact date, but I know the search moved into that area because we were, I and those around me were following the news pretty closely, and getting most of our information from there.
So to your knowledge, that the fact that there was a search happening up in that part of the state was actually being broadcast on the news.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
That's where you learned it.
Yeah, that's where I learned it. I think also in those pretext calls, that area was mentioned to me at one point. No specifics were given, just had you ever been through that area or whatever. So
based on her reference, did that indicate to you that she also had learned that there was a search happening in that area as well?
I don't know if in that moment I put it together and, immediately following that phone call, I think somewhere down the line, I put it together that, she must have put those together, seen the news as well and brought that up because of that. I'm not sure, Mr. Allen.
And then the comment that she makes close in time to that comment about Douglas County is that y'all are barking up the wrong tree.
Yes.
In your mind, was that her trying to move the investigation away from that area?
Objection calls for speculation.
Who was Uncle Matt?
That's the first, I think I said that in the phone call. I've never heard of, I brought up the defendant's sister's ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or something. That's the only person I could think of the name Matt that could have been referred to as uncle. No other person that I've ever heard of.
So when she said Uncle Matt, that is not a name that you knew about?
No, sir.
Obviously, it sounds like in that phone call, there was a range of emotion happening on the defendant's part, especially. Was that range of emotion consistent with her personality the way you knew it?
Absolutely.
In that particular phone call, did she ever change her persona or identity as you were talking to her?
Objection calls for speculation. Overruled.
In that phone call, was your question? Yeah.
In that call?
Yeah, Mr. Allen, in that phone call, I only ever was talking to the defendant.
You mentioned in that phone call, these people are after me now. What did you mean by that?
Absolutely nothing. Just, there was a statement just to put myself in her shoes as well. To once again, try to keep her on the hook.
Okay. And again, with this question, I'm not going to ask you to opine on the ultimate question as to the purpose of this trial, but you made a comment, I don't believe you killed him. Was that a question again that you were asking to keep her on the hook and keep talking?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What about the idea that you made mention in that phone call about even you were not getting truth from her or even the police? Was that again another one of these references to you trying to keep her on the phone and keep talking?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of both. I felt I wasn't getting truth from her, but she was saying the police aren't doing their job. So it was a little bit of both.
When you had custody of Gannon and Lena, when you were still married with the defendant, would the kids sometimes go visit Landon, spend time with Landon?
Yeah, there's scheduled visits, holidays, summertime, I don't remember the exact schedule right now, but
the defendant have like a dance party when the kids would leave, indicating she was happy that they were no longer in the house.
there was one or two times I remember her and Harley, or excuse me, the defendant and Harley having what I call a dance party. This would have been when we lived in Myrtle Beach when I did not yet have custody. So it was like weekend visits or whatever after they left.
And then I think it's clear based off of the context of the way that call unfolded. But did this call occur before or after Gannon's remains were found?
This was before.
Okay. Judge, the next portion that I intend to get into would be the next phone call, which is about 37 minutes long. So I'm wondering if we should potentially.
Yeah, counsel approach for a
Okay.
moment.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to stop it right there. That's ending the first day of testimony in the Leticia Stauch trial. As you know, her conviction for first degree murder amongst other charges that she got was overturned yesterday on a juror bias. And that's why we are reviewing this case, because y'all, she's getting another trial. Right now, she is no longer considered a convicted murderer. She is considered now an accused again. Her conviction was completely thrown out. The prosecution team, the prosecution's office has sent the ruling up to the Supreme Court to see if anything can be done about it, you guys, but they can't. The law is the law. They found the technicality. The juror, this is not the juror's fault. I want to reiterate that. The juror disclosed in Border that his son-in-law worked for the prosecution's office. So he disclosed it. Everybody knew about it, right? Well, when they pulled the jury and they got him together, he was sat as an alternate. The only thing that I can think of is that they thought they were never going to use him as an alternate, but they needed so many people, so he got it. Well, guess what? When it was time to deliberate, one of the jurors got let go. He was the one that had to sit and deliberate. So whenever she was convicted of first degree murder amongst other charges, like 4 or 5 other charges, at that point you get appeals. You begin your appeals, and they found it, and it is what it is, and here we are, and it's sad, and I hate it, and so we're going back to trial. She's going back to trial. Now, do I think that she's going to get off? No. This was a slam dunk case. They have video camera of Gannon leaving the house in the truck, never coming back. They've got all his blood, her blood, no other, all these people she's talking about that was in her house and however many times she was sexually assaulted. There is no DNA anywhere. There's nothing. All her clothes that she was wearing that day was missing. The dumb bitch did keep her shoes. I guess those were important to her, and they did have some blood on them. They've got video of her traveling across the country from Colorado into Florida because supposedly she took her daughter. Her daughter's name is Harley, and she will testify later. Was moving back to was it South Carolina or North Carolina? Well, somehow she detoured over into Florida, and at that time the whole time, even unbeknownst to her own teenage daughter, Harley, Gannon was in the back of the car in a suitcase that belonged to his bio mother. Anyway, she ended up detouring to Florida and throwing his body in the suitcase over a bridge, to which some kind of worker, street worker, or what, construction, not construction, but that works on the street or maybe the forest. I don't remember now. It's been so long. He ends up finding the suitcase, and sadly he opened it and there was Gannon. And then, so yeah, this was a complete slam dunk case. Nothing she ever says. She's given like 3 to 4 different stories. She's a terrible woman. She is a terrible, terrible person. And frankly, this may piss people off, and you may disagree with me and think I'm as evil as she is. And that's your opinion, and you're welcome to it. But I don't understand why this woman's living anymore. I believe in jailhouse justice. And if you hurt a child in any way, shape, or form, put you out in population. I don't care what happens to you. You deserve everything you get. That's my opinion. So I don't know why she's even still alive. Doesn't make any sense to me. What I want to do now is, before we go into start day 3 of the trial, I want for some of you that don't know anything about this case, so her husband was in school. He was in the military. He was in school in another state when all this happened to Gannon. And y'all, it was horrific what happened to Gannon. I mean, horrific. The things that she did to this baby. And to me, he is a baby. He's 11 years old. And anyways, he was not even in the state. He was in, he's living with his stepmom, and he also has a little sister as well that was living there. And also Leticia's biological daughter, Harley, which was a teenager. So because some of you are coming in and it's like, I haven't even heard of this, like I don't know who she is. I think this is a good place to go ahead and insert an interview that she did with her local news, just so you can get in real time what this woman's about, her mannerisms, the way she talks, the way she looks, the way she acts, and her lies, knowing everything that we know now about this case. And so I think it's a good time to bring that in. Let's watch that together. Tell me what you think. Her very first lie that she did was she called the police and said that Gannon ran away. So all throughout this case, you're going to hear Gannon did this and Gannon did that. It was Gannon. Never once do you hear, well, I did this. How you can hate an 11-year-old is beyond me, but I believe that it is nothing but total hate. All right, let me see if you guys can see this over there. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Watch your ears because I cannot control your volume. If you would do me a favor and just hit the thumbs up, double tap your screen. That's all I ever ask of anybody on this channel, and I would appreciate it. All right, guys, this is the full interview, okay? It was from, my source is, hold on, let me get it. I can't tell. Oh, sorry. KKTV 11 out of Colorado Springs. This was done on January 31st, 2020. And Leticia was actually arrested in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina on March the 2nd. So this is right after supposedly Gannon ran away. Where his body is right now, I don't know. She's got him in a suitcase somewhere hidden. I think that comes out in court, or maybe it doesn't come out. I don't think she ever says where she kept his body until it was time to make the road trip out of there. All right, so let's take a listen to this. It's very sickening. Here we go.
I'm hearing our super low prices are really upsetting our high price competitors. Then they're really going to hate this. Customers are telling us that they're saving $3,000 to $15,000 with the #1 rated carrier furnace and AC.
Sorry, it won't let me fast forward through this.
Seriously, who pays $15,000 more when you can get carrier for less? Remember, don't overpay. Call Smith today.
Check out our transparent upfront pricing at smithpinktrucks.com today.
You are?
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, said I still wasn't complying, or said I was, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. There was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there?
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. They could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your chat. Doing great. I want to make sure that we're still got a recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will give out and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. All right, and then, oh, shoot, I put that on. It almost feels like, to me, like kind of a pitchfork mentality with people. Do you feel safe in Southern Colorado?
Yes, this is a wonderful neighborhood. We picked this neighborhood because it felt like such a great community and the school district's great. And so I really feel safe in Colorado Springs.
But then the community seems to have turned. Is that true?
There's a lot of times that, on the Ring Gap and things like that, we hear of like a burglary every day. And, some of those things you can't always look into and think that it actually happened. You have to kind of like wheedle it out. But overall, the community is really good at looking out for each other and coming together in times of need.
I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh, yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. And we've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. most importantly for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? We don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed.
That's fine.
Sound okay so far?
Yes, I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work. Do you want me to just say yes? No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No, that's as long as she's close. So just stay close, and yeah, actually shift a tiny bit that way, just half inch that.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. And then, can you say and spell your name for me real fast?
Harley Hunt, Harley Hunt, Hunt.
Perfect. And so just don't look away from her because the mic's not that way, so you don't have to like face down into it. But
Okay.
Just don't. I was just asking about the hike.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work, and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards, so, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house.
Can we step off of here? I don't want her on the.
No worries.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Really great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, do it again.
And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not going to say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind.
Right.
I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, you know, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, you know. And
do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
It definitely is. And, you know, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care like about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we just should not, we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you, and we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Y'all, this is when I get sickening. You know it's coming. You know it. I have a couple things to say, and when I'm running these shows, when I'm doing these kind of programs, I try to be quiet and just let it speak for itself. But this bitch put that shit out on the news by herself. She didn't even need my help. Becoming even more of a bigger demon than what we all thought she was before we had the pleasure of viewing that. I don't think she feels any remorse. I don't know about you guys. I don't think this bitch feels any remorse whatsoever. She wants an apology, a sincere one. You understand me? It better be sincere when Gannon comes home and proves that he's okay. While Gannon is somewhere hidden in a suitcase, dead right now at the time of that interview. And she stood there like in some la la world. And then I hope that guy doesn't even have a job anymore, because hi everybody, thank you guys so much for being here. Pretty Pistols, I see you. I like your name a lot. Thank you so much everybody for being here. Will you do me a favor, just double tap your screen and give me a like? That's all I ever asked on this channel. But anyways, I don't think it comes out in court. It's been a while since I watched the court case and the trial, and I don't remember if it ever fully came out, if she ever told anybody where Gannon's body was being kept in that suitcase until, because obviously it's not in the cars, right? We do know when she went to go pick up her husband at the time, Al Stauch, she picked him up in a rental car. And listen, if I'm showing up at the airport to pick up my husband in a rental car, he'd be like, what'd you do to the car? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even understand how a husband doesn't question that. At least my husband, he knows my shit, he knows when I've done something. He's like, what have you done to the car? I can just hear it now. He didn't even question why he was being picked up in a rental car at the time. So maybe Gannon's body was in her car. I think she ended up telling him that it was being repaired for something. I think it was hidden and Gannon's body was already there. But I don't know. Another thing that I want to say about this is I don't like that this reporter says what I believe to be a witch hunt. First of all, you're a reporter. You're supposed to be biased. So I don't know if he was a rookie or whatever, but those words should have never come out of his mouth. You don't ever side with anybody in the news if you're a professional. Luckily, I'm not in the news because I side, y'all. I wouldn't be good at it. I'd be siding. So there's that. And I have one more thing to say that's kind of on topic, off topic. I cover the Nancy Guthrie case during the day. And many people come at me about why I am still talking about it. What do I care about an 84-year-old woman when so many kids are missing? And what credentials do I have to keep awareness going? Things like bullshit like that. And then we hear the news constantly talk about how online armchair detectives, always get in the way. Well, let me tell you something about armchair detectives. When all you news reporters are running away to the next biggest story, a lot of us will hang on to something near and dear to our hearts. And we're the ones that keep it up. We're the ones keep talking about it. And then you guys swoop in whenever there's a big break in the case. So yeah, call me an armchair detective. I think I'm a proper armchair detective. So suck it and fuck off. And I'm going to keep talking about whatever I want to talk about because I pay for this damn channel. So there's that. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for just listening to my facetiousness, y'all. I can't help it. Listen, there's so much that I mute my microphone while we're listening, you guys, because if you only hear the stuff that's coming out, I am critiquing and being totally hateful over here behind the scenes. I'm not going to lie. Every little word she says, I'm mocking. Every little thing, I'm eye rolling. I've got a headache from doing it. Y'all don't want to hear what's happening over here in Indiana behind this computer screen because I can be a terrible person, and this one makes me be really, really terrible. In case you're just new here, in case you're coming in, we are reviewing the Leticia Stauch murder trial that she was sentenced to life without parole in 2023 because of a biased juror that deliberated on this case. It was overturned last week on the 4th. Her conviction was overturned. She is no longer a convicted murderer anymore. You guys, we're not supposed to politically call her that, even though listen, I'll call anybody I want to call. I'll call you whatever I want to. I mean, what are you going to do about it? To me, she's a convicted murderer. This was a slam dunk case. This was an easy case. Actually, it was really easy. One of the easiest ones I've ever seen. There was no doubt in anybody's mind that she's the one that killed Gannon. And didn't just kill him, you guys. She tortured this boy. And she deserves to rot in hell. And frankly, I don't even know why she's alive. I think somebody should have already killed her. But that's me. I believe in jailhouse justice. In fact, I love it. So we're going back to trial. We're going back to trial, you guys. I don't know if it's going to be the same lawyers who represented her before. I don't know if it's going to be the same judge. I like this judge. I like him a lot. I think he's very kind to anybody that gets on the stand. I think and you don't see much of that. Judges are all about business and they try to keep emotion out of it. But this guy understands emotion. He must have had daughters to raise, or maybe he was raised around women. But anyways, there's that. So I'm hoping that it's the same lawyers, the same judge, because then it won't take so long to go back to trial. If they get different lawyers, you guys, then, they're going to have time to build a case or build a defense. And they're going to have to do the same thing we're doing, go back over this and acquaint themselves to what all happened and figure it out so that because there's people that come into this are going to be supposed to be people that are unbiased, right? I do want to say good night, Purple. Thank you for being here. I do want to say really quick that this was absolutely not the juror's fault, y'all. This was not. It sounds like it the way that they worded it, that there was a biased juror. The juror did disclose in void air. He did disclose that his son-in-law works for the prosecution's office. Well, you know how they poll the jurors and you have to have so many alternates as well, right? I guess they just thought they were never going to use him anyways, and that was the best they were going to get, and they went ahead and let him sit in and listen. Well, when it came time to deliberate and to hand down a verdict, they needed another juror. So guess who got called up? Nothing was said. He got to go up there and he got to look. He sat as an alternate juror the whole time. So he got to listen to all the evidence, but he actually went in and deliberated and was able to vote guilty or not guilty. And because of that, what happens is after you get a guilty sentence, you are allowed so many appeals. And her lawyers went through this with a fine tooth comb and they found the crack. And it was that. So this absolutely has nothing. The juror himself is not the one that made the mistake here. The courts made a mistake here. And I'm telling you, she's going to get a new trial. Right now, the prosecution's office has sent it up to the Supreme Court of Colorado, trying to get this overturned and get her conviction back. That's not the law. It's not going to happen. My question now is, will she be granted parole? I mean, is the law going to say, look, we screwed up, y'all? She's been in prison for 2 years now. We should, instead of her suing us or this or that or the other, we should just grant her parole and let her out. Y'all, woo, you Coloradoans, or however y'all say each other, listen, be afraid, be very afraid if this bitch gets out on the street, because she's cray cray. I'm gonna tell you that right now. She doesn't give a damn. I don't believe this bitch even thinks she did anything wrong. I think she believes that Gannon deserved it. She hated Gannon's mother to a T as well. And she found out really fast that she didn't like her husband either, because he's accusing her now. It didn't take him very long to figure out that Gannon's dead and that she's the one that did it. So I'm going to pull this back up. We're going to get back into, this is going to be day 3. I think, yes. So Gannon's dad is the first person that was called to the stand. They've already given opening statements. Gannon's dad is still on the stand. At this point, when you're hearing these conversations, Leticia had already left Colorado because, it was a witch hunt, y'all. It was a witch hunt. So she had to leave. She had to get Harley in that car, and they had to leave. Harley is her teenage daughter. And so they went back to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, which is where the feds went and arrested her, because this became a federal case. Why? Gannon's body was taken over state lines. The minute a crime is taken over the state lines, that's when the feds take over. So you have no choice. The state has to give it up. So you're now being tried by the federal government. And that's where we're at in this right now. All right. So I'm going to pull this back up. Al Stauch, gosh, I struggle with the name, is still on the stand. We're still listening to phone calls. Now, what I want you guys to understand is Al or Albert, whatever you want to call him, he may sound like a total douche and he's talking too much and just shut the hell up. But what we don't see, and what Leticia, I think, kind of has an idea of what's going on, because she's not dumb, is that somebody's listening into their calls, which they were, because the police are working with him. They know she's the one that did it. They're trying to slip her up and have her trip over her own lives, because it's one thing to be able to arrest someone. It's a whole nother thing to have enough evidence to get a conviction, right? So I think that's what they're doing here. They're using Al to trip her up. So we're going to continue to listen to another call between Al and Leticia and get closer to what actually happened to Sweet Gannon. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you do me a favor and hit the thumbs up, I would appreciate it so much. It means so much to me. That's all I ever ask of anybody. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing. I am. Share this one. Back in court. If you can see my cursor, I'm swirling it around, rolling it around on this dude in the pink tie right here. Way over here, this witchy looking bitch right here. This is Leticia sitting over here, hiding out behind this this monitor or suitcase or whatever sitting there. She's literally hiding out from the camera, and just taking turns who she wants to flip off, the judge or Al or whoever. On the side there. Eventually, the judge is going to get pissed off, and I think this is the day he does it. He's going to make her move to the center of the defense table, which is where she should be. She shouldn't be able to hide out and scour over here in the corner. Girl, say it loud and proud. Don't be scared. Anyways, she's going to move to the center of the table, and then that's when we're going to see a lot of her dramatics. She already looks like a total witch to me, but by the time she gets to the center of the table, she starts using her hair to cover her face, y'all. She looks just like the little girl from The Ring. Oh, it's terrible, y'all. She is a complete skank. Let me give this one a thumbs up. Thank you, Long Crime Network. I appreciate you so much. Appreciate everybody for being here. Mad Mods are in the house. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, watch your ears. I can't control your bottom and all volume, and I'll shut the hell up. Jury's coming in.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Here we go.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. We're going to start the day the same way that we did yesterday, and that is with the same question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some recorded phone calls. I think that's where we're resuming today with that. Mr. Allen?
Judge, I assume that we should probably bring Mr. Stauch back up and then start the next call, and then he can step back down again, if that's okay with you.
They've all been admitted. It's up to you. If
you're fine with me just playing it, we can just jump into it.
If there are different voices that he has to identify, then maybe you need his testimony. If not, it's up to you.
Okay, well, let's just jump into it. So this will be, just for record purposes, People's Exhibit number 36, which is another recorded phone call from February 15th, 2020 at 10:58 a.m.
All right, thank you. Go for it.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'm crying.
Hmm?
I'm tired of crying.
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where's Lena?
Lena's at school right now. So, why? What's up?
I can't ask you where our kids are at.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Where's Harley at?
She had to go to the doctor last night because I have bad chest pains and she was 12 pounds underweight.
What hospital did she go to?
Because the someone could be listening and know where we're at.
Tisha,
No, I don't know. You talk crap about me. You treated me wrong.
Where did I talk crap about you? I haven't said nothing to nobody.
In your school, posting all this stuff, messages you sent there about how horrible of a person I was.
When did these messages come from? Years ago, maybe? I mean,
Don't know when.
but you know what?
Posted them to everybody.
But what have I always said about social media? I don't give a crap what people say. People are just looking for a headline, okay?
I'm tired of doing this, Albert. You should have talked to me about all the other stuff. I'm not.
Oh, what other stuff, Tisha?
I've asked you for help. I said, hey, me and Harley needed something. I've asked you for help. You turned me down. You know good and well. Anytime you've ever needed help, I've been there for you.
Tisha, let's walk back through this now. Just to be straight up, okay? You took over $2,000 out of the bank account at the beginning of the month, and I didn't say a word to you about it, okay? All right, that's like 1/3 of what I get every month. So you got 1/3 of my monthly income. All right, so that being said, I've also offered help and safety and teamwork the whole time, and you guys decided to, step out on your own. And I haven't bothered you, but I've never looked back in there. I've never told you no for anything. And I've been.
Well, I didn't take $2,000. It was $1,500 because I had to have a place to stay. When I kept begging you and asking you that people should not have been in the home.
Okay, well, hold on.
It should have been nobody but your family.
You're right.
My family, your home.
Okay, I understand your opinion. So I want to clarify because you took, so however much, I'm not going to fight over the dollar amount. You took over $1,500 in that one lump sum, not to mention the other ones, but that one lump sum you did take $1,500 and some dollars, and you can't get. But you've told me from like almost the first minute you don't have a place to stay. So do you or don't you?
It was it cost $125 a night for a hotel, and then I had to pay a pet fee. Add that up, how many nights I get. Plus we had to have food. We didn't have a way around. We had to Uber. Add that up.
Were you Ubering yesterday when we were talking? Because I heard you get in and out of a car. I'm just trying to piece all this together, Tisha. I don't know what's going on. I've heard so many stories here. I'm just trying to, as I've always said, I'm just trying to find the truth, and I keep getting a different version of it.
There's this little guy that stays at the hotel. He has an old white car, and he let me drive it to the store. You know how bad it is for me to ask somebody to drive their car to the store?
And in this effort to help you that I've been trying to do, you won't tell me where you're staying.
Because you're not on my side.
But you're not. You're
on my side if you're talking crap about me.
Tisha,
you're not on my side if I call you and I try to talk to you, and you can't talk to me for being around other people. That's not my side.
but you got to understand what I'm going through. I don't know what the hell's going on minute to minute. I don't know who's on whose side. All I'm focused on is Gannon. And I don't want obviously people, you see it on the social media, people are not happy with you. I don't know why. I don't know what reason they have or don't have, but I can't sit here and be talking to you, my wife, in front of all these other people and then, go through all the cussing and yelling and screaming and the drama. So I'm trying to respect you as well. And I need that in return. I need you to respect me too. And that, but no. Okay. I've heard that you have not really said anything about me per se directly. Okay. But you did release some of those documents or however they got out there. They're out there. Okay. But what I need you to do, you talk about respect. That's one of the most important things to me in my life is you respecting me, and you can respect me with the truth. And that's the bottom line. We have options to work through all this other stuff, all this other drama that's going on, but the truth is really at the options don't come into play until I get the truth. Okay. That's absolutely. And I know you're not going to like this, but that's a line in the sand that I'm not crossing. Okay.
You already kicked me off my own car insurance and wouldn't even tell me.
That's not true.
My car, you kicked
That's not true.
There.
That's not true, Tisha. You got an email. You got email notification the same minute I did, so you got notified. Absolutely.
Why did you not talk to me about this?
Well, on February 8th, I didn't get any kind of confirmation that 2 of my vehicles were deleted, and there's no one else that has access but you. Okay, so you tell me what the truth is.
Getting put in storage. So if it was done wrong, then that wasn't on purpose.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not the insurance is not a point of argument to me. You have every right to call them back and put just like I did.
No. Right. No. They said to me, you have me listed as ex, so I had to be on a separate policy.
Well, exactly. Okay, because that's where we're at right now. That's the line in the sand. Okay, the line in the sand is we have a gap between us right now. Okay, absolutely. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it because I don't sugarcoat it with you. Okay, we have a gap between us. You can put a label on it however you want to, but that gap there's no closing that gap. There's no initiating options or anything until we get to the truth. And I think I really feel deep down in my heart that we can work on this together. We do have options, but I think your list you sent to me is a great starting place. I think that is excellent that you're willing to at least talk about what options we have. Huh?
Did you talk to an attorney and file for divorce?
I have not filed anything yet. And the fact that I'll tell you the answer to that, okay? But the fact that you are reaching out to me like that, the way you did, say, like, did you go to this attorney and file this? That means you don't trust me. You don't have respect for me, and you got somebody watching me. Tell me the truth.
Well, I did, and someone told me.
Who told you?
Do you not think it's all online in the social media that you told someone that and someone posted it?
Who posted it? Because I haven't told anybody anything about that.
Well, someone knows because it's online, just like it's online about some girl talking drunk about her best friend, and she's best friends with your sister, and that's what she said. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but once again, well, yeah, you're right. I fully agree with you. Once again, that's why I've told you forever that I don't get into that crap, because it's just you're getting torn every direction by people's stupidity. Okay. So anyways, let's not worry about that, about how you know what you know. Okay.
Go ahead. The basic thing is, I reached out to that lady. She doesn't write me back. This is how I've been treated. I've been treated like a criminal when I told them exactly that Gannon left with someone.
Which lady? What lady are you talking about? The Amber lady?
No, Bethel, because she's the lead investigator.
That's the blonde lady from Starbucks? The blonde lady from Starbucks?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The lead investigator.
Okay, all right, I got you. Well, I mean,
Contact with her.
not since that first day. I mean, that first day when I told you I met with Mark for like, I don't know, 6-7 hours, and then she jumped in for like 20-30 minutes or whatever that night, the day I got there, that Tuesday. Since then, and since we met her, and then she asked me a few questions, I really haven't had any interaction with her. So I've been dealing only with Mark. He's been my.
Why did you leave that day and not talk to me and go on my call?
Leave what day?
When you first talked to them that night and you were going to pick up people from the airport, why did you leave and not talk to me?
I'll give you the straight up honest truth right now, because at that point in the situation, and we're at the same point now, unfortunately, 3 weeks later, at that point, I was not getting the whole truth. Okay. And I'm not going to argue with you about that, because that's absolutely spot on. Okay.
From me, you leave from me, everything's fine, and you just have to get there, and then you feel like you're not getting the truth.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because there were some things that I was looking into on my own, which I've basically been doing for 3 weeks now, trying to sort through this on my own, that weren't making sense and weren't adding up. Okay. And just like where we're at now, yesterday, thank you for talking so long and walking me through your timeline. But even yesterday when we were talking, a lot of it wasn't adding up, and it still isn't. Like, there's 3 or 4 different versions of the Mexican guy now. He's Uncle Matt. First he was Mexican or whatever. I don't want to argue.
I said he asked me, he asked me, do you know Uncle Matt?
Yeah.
I said he was Uncle Matt.
Fine. And I'm not arguing about that. I'm just telling you, these are red flags. You know how I am. When I see red flags, you got to convince me that the truth is what it is. Okay. So I'm sitting here last night on my bed freaking out, because I don't know, I feel like some of that was the truth, but then some of it still was, a different version of the same story again. So what I really want to get to.
Me, did I kill Gannon?
It hurt me to ask it, because you're my wife, and first thing I started with today was Happy Valentine's Day. That should tell you how I feel about you. Okay. But
I need you to be here with me, support it.
I am. I'm right here. I'm right here.
I'm begging you. If they give me immunity, I will help.
Okay, but here. Okay. Well, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to I'm not, you have the legal background. Okay. I don't have that knowledge. All I have is my recruiting time and the other stuff I've done. So you need to help me understand what you're trying to get. I don't understand what that means.
Immunity. Okay. Do you know what immunity is?
Other than what I've seen on TV shows, I don't know. I need you to help me. That's what I'm trying to, help me to get you to that point. Hello?
immunity is that they're going to grant the judge that I would not be charged anything in this. Because I didn't have anything to do with it. In return, that I will testify and I will give them the information of who has Gannon and I will testify against them.
Okay. So you're saying, so I'm going to walk back through this so I understand clearly. No ambiguity or unknowns here. So you're saying you somehow know where Gannon is or who has him or how he got him or something like that?
See, that's why you're not going to put words in my mouth.
I'm trying to understand, Tisha. Explain to me, okay? Walk me through it so I understand what you're saying. No, why would I record you? This is me and you. I mean, why would I say Happy Valentine's Day on a recording? That's something personal between us.
It's just you and me on this phone call and in your room.
Absolutely. Okay.
Immunity is where I'm telling you, I told you the truth about what took Gannon. There's more details about how that went on. There's more details that I can't discuss that would incriminate myself because they're going to say, why did you say this? But he has all our information. He was threatening to go to work and get massaged and have these people go there. If I said anything in the meeting with the cops, I was late to the meeting. But I need immunity.
So you.
I get to.
So why? What I don't understand is why, babe. Why is this not something you would tell me from the get go? I just.
Everything. They were going to kill my daughter. They were going to kill me. They knew you were at everybody. They would do everything.
Yeah, but Tisha, look at what you just said. But Tisha,
what?
I'm trying to understand.
The only thing is surprising you. I need immunity, please.
If you were. No, why would I record you? What I'm trying to figure out is why your first thought, your first thought is what they may do to you and Harley, but something was already done to Gannon and we're not worried about that. That should be the priority.
They do to me and Harley. It was also Lena. She was there too.
So the guy was there and was threatening you in the moment?
The guy was there when the police was there.
The guy was still there when the police searched the home?
Yes.
Where was he at? Where was he at when they searched our house?
Don't do anything until I get immunity.
Well, I can't promise you immunity. I can't give that to you. But I mean,
you can ask.
I mean, yes, I can reach out to Mark and let him know that's what you're looking for and that you're willing to work with somebody. And you can also tell, what's her name again? Bethel. You can tell Bethel. Just saying.
She won't like that.
Okay, but you got you.
They're gonna treat me like a criminal. No, I'm not a criminal. I don't kill people.
Okay, I never said you did. You're tired of what?
I get that. I had got it yesterday from him. Yesterday I got a message.
Well, did you send that to anybody?
What?
Where's the message? Can you send me the message so I can see it? Just if you email it to me or email it or text it to me so I can see it.
I need immunity. They're going to try to incriminate me.
Tisha, Tisha, who is this? Who is the person? Do I know this guy?
Do you understand?
Is he there? Is he there with you? What?
Listen to me. thought there was going to be a big reward. I'll get back and get a big reward.
So I heard there's a reward coming out. That somebody said that the neighborhood's trying to do a reward.
You a Mike.
So but what happened with the bike situation? I don't think we ever. Okay, well, I told you I cannot promise that. Okay, that's not something I can promise you. I can promise you help or, whatever, but I can't promise immunity. That's something that the investigators got to reach back out to you.
They're on your side, and this is where you can go to them, and you can say, I know, I want to know, she is breaking out, and she's telling the truth.
Yes, I can advocate for you. I can give an opinion, but but listen, what I don't understand is you're treating me like the prosecutor here. Okay, you're treating me like I'm in court or the law, not like I'm our son's father. Okay, but
you get out there and you do it. I genuinely don't know. I can't even go anywhere because they think I'm going to tell. They're release the reward. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to stop me. They're not going to stop
I do too, but these.
Please, what can I do? Please, what can I do?
Here's what I need you to do for me. Okay, I understand and I respect that you don't feel safe telling me certain things. Okay, I'm not going to press you on certain things, but I need to know something about my son. I need to know something about Gannon. Do you know if he's safe? Do you know? I mean, I asked you some questions yesterday, and I had to ask those questions because that's been on my mind since day one. Is he safe? Where is he at? Do you have anything?
And if I kill Gannon, really?
Yes, I had to ask that because there was
all the excitement. All.
Well, I would never not tell you the truth over and over and over again. So.
Your life, everybody else's life. You're terrified. You don't know what to do. You're scared of yourself. You don't know how you would act.
Teach it.
Because people are going to say, why did you do this? Why did you do that?
Listen. What about the? What about this? I'm trying to think of any way to cue the police to offer you immunity if they can. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to get them alerted to you might have some information. What if you told me just one key thing and I just called in on the tip line or something? No, because it'll be anonymous. But they won't ever know because I'll do it. I'll be just some man calling in an anonymous tip. And I mean, the key here is to get Gannon in the investigation and then protect you if they're able. But why won't they? Who is they? Why won't they budge? What is it about the money that's the key?
Because they keep asking. I got messages. We're going to be on board. You better not say anything. I know you got some everything on my mind.
Tisha, listen. Despite how this is gone, you know for a fact you could always trust me, okay? I know you may be worried about your name getting out there from this information. I don't want anything to do with the media. I don't want anything to do with Facebook or social media or anything. Okay. You know, because I've absolutely been off of that. That's why I'm saying I can give the anonymous tip if you just tell me something that'll help in the investigation. Okay. That's the no.
The police came.
Okay.
The police came. He was in the house.
Where was he at in the house?
I didn't know at the time. I thought they were going to find him because the guy was like, "Can we please search the house?" And I said, "Sure."
Okay.
Terrified, which is why I sent Lena and Harley to Dollar Store and all these places because I thought Gannon was hiding too.
Okay, so you thought so the guy was in the house and you thought Gannon was hiding, so he hadn't taken Gannon yet at that point?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, that's huge. That's huge because now we can look at different camera time frames and all that, and we can look at different angles. Okay, that's huge that he was still in the house, and so that would have been police got there at what? Like I'm not. No, I know. I'm trying to sort through this again. I'm trying to get you to this point to where, you know.
Because they'll try to incriminate me for this. I need immunity.
I think they give it to you because this is big that he was there and they missed it. Because then they're going to want to cover their shit for not finding him. I can't hear you. What? You did what? You did what? Oh, you said what? What did you do?
I tried to point to the cops and hey, check this area. Hey, check this area. I was even trying to show them any other extra areas that I saw. I said I didn't know if Gannon was with him or I didn't know if Gannon was not hiding. I didn't know at that point.
Okay, but then you figured out. How'd you figure out he wasn't by himself?
I'm not selling anything else until I get immunity.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to put all this together. You said you pointed them in a direction, but where in the storage room were you?
Directions. I said I was just giving all the big areas of the house.
I got you. So you told them storage room?
I walked to the storage room when the guy was in there. I was trying to tell him, hey, check behind boxes and all this stuff.
Okay, so
Yes. I didn't want to make a mistake. You know, behind they were trying to put my cops right here.
okay, so what happened next? So the cops searched and missed it, or what? Tell me what. I'm trying to figure out what happened now. What you're telling me, okay? What happened after they didn't find him?
I'm not saying anything else. I was just trying to plot this whole thing.
No, I'm trying to get some key breaking information that I can give an anonymous tip, like I told you. Okay, that's what I want to do. That's how.
Never mind. You're not trying to help.
I am trying.
He's not trying to help. No, he's not. He's not trying to help.
I am. So what you said was Gannon. You thought Gannon was hiding. Is that right?
I didn't know if he was hiding with it. The guy had him, or if he was hiding myself. I was scared to keep. If I would have left him a note, they're like, please check out. He's fine. I didn't know if he went out the back door. I didn't know where he was at the time. I know he was there. I thought he was gone. And after I waited for 4 hours, kept walking, checking myself, I realized that. I couldn't go back and get to the car because the car was in there. I hate myself. And I couldn't get your big gun to work.
So let me back up. So when you let the cops in the door, Wherever you last saw Gannon, you left him somewhere, or you thought he was safe? Like you thought he was safe hiding, or you thought he was with the other person, or what?
I woke up, Albert, and I hit my head. I didn't know what it was. I already told you this story. I waited. I was like, I was hiding somewhere, and I was scared to come out. Just thinking when the police got there, he would come out. Even when I called for him, I was scared.
Do you think he might have crawled in one of the totes or something, or maybe the box? 'Cause the guy or Gannon?
The guy was at first, and I said, I thought he was back in the way. I was telling him to shut the door and don't come out.
What, did they already come back?
I was just trying to get yourself to work.
But so you said my gun? You trying to get my gun to work? Tisha, calm down for a second. You said try to get my gun to work. I thought the guy had my gun. Oh, that one. Okay. So you put Harley and Lena in our room? Tisha, is that what you said? You put. So you already had the assault rifle out of the closet at this point, and you. Okay, I know you always had trouble getting that thing to pull it back and get it loaded and all that, so that makes sense. So, you're not going what? What? How is this? What is key about this that I can call an anonymous tip that helps me find Gannon?
You can call in and get the community. I can give you the guys the ID. I can ID him in the lineup. I can give you his name.
Tisha, you know I can't promise you anything. I'm not the police or the judge. I can't promise you immunity. I can put you in contact with them, and I've done that.
Please call me back, please. Call me back.
I will. I'll get as soon as we get done talking in a little while. I'll get on the phone with Mark and tell him to tell that lady to call you back and quit stalling or whatever she's doing. I don't know what the hell's going on, but Mark will get on it. He's always been. Right. Tisha, listen, I there's something that I can you can give me that can help fix this right now, okay? I don't know if you're willing to, I hope you are, but if you give me the name of the person, if I know this person, that I can fix it right now, okay? I guarantee you I can. Yeah, I'm not gonna I can't. Well, who is it so I can tell them who to be looking for to protect you? I can promise you that. Tisha, I can't promise you that. I know they will work with you, okay? I know they will. I just need the person's name so I can get Mark and tell them to go find this person.
I hear people in the background.
There's nobody here. I just need to know this person's name because if it's Travis or somebody related to Chance or somebody. Is it Travis? Because I know you said he was abusive.
They're going to try to incriminate me.
No, they're not. I don't know. I can't promise you anything. Listen, I will fight for you and fight with you if you're not involved in this and you give me this name. Is it Travis? Listen, I'm gonna text Mark right now so you can you can hear me text Mark, okay? Because you can hear the little keystrokes. I'm gonna tell him as we're talking so we can get this ball rolling. To listening to me. I hear nobody. That's me texting Mark right now to tell him to get Bethel to call you. I hear somebody hollering. Nobody's crying or hollering. Just like the other day when you said that, nobody's here. I'm standing here trying to figure this out and get a name. Where is everybody else at? What, like Uncle Jeff? He's getting on a plane and Landon and Aunt Veronica, they hit the road back to Dallas, and I think they're going to take Landon for the weekend because it's a 4-day weekend. So I'm here by myself, like I told you. They're getting Lena after lunch because she had a little lunch program going on. Okay, but that only matters if we can get this ball rolling. You could tell me this name, and then you can reach out to the police for immunity or help or whatever they can offer you. Okay. Thanks for getting immunity. Look everything I have. These people know where I'm at. They're in a gang. I will not. What kind of gang are they in? I don't know. Oh, Tisha. Well, what happened that ruined that? You know, that's another part I don't understand. Because what? Tisha, so this guy, I know you're trying not to tell me his name, but after the police left, remind me, I don't remember. I know Harley and Lena went out to look. Did you go look for Gannon? You knew the guy was in there, or you didn't, or what did you do after the police left? Tisha, did this guy kill Gannon? Did he kill him in the house, or did he kill him or hurt him? What happened? It's my son, and I need to know this. No, Tisha, not you. I'm not you. I trust you. I asked you that yesterday, and I trust what you're saying. I asked you, did this guy hurt Gannon, or did he kill Gannon in the house, or do you know if he killed Gannon or not?
153 pounds, and these pants are an extra small. So I know most people show these pants where they're big and they're loose and they're baggy, but I wanted to show you if you size down what they actually look like.
Tisha, I've explained to you, I can't give you immunity. I'm your husband. I'm not the police or the judge. I'll be back when you can figure out and I can grant the immunity because this ain't going to stop. It's going to keep going. And he's crazy. Tisha, there's only one way for this to stop, and that's for me to get the information to them, okay, through an anonymous tip, like I said. But I don't have any information to give them. Did this? Hey, this person. Yeah, and Tisha, I'm trying to fight for you here, okay? I made it clear I don't have the power to give you immunity. I have the power to help you. Call me back whenever you can. Tisha, they're not gonna listen to me, okay? They're absolutely gonna call me foolish. I am trying to help you. They're gonna look at me like a fool. Tisha, I can't hear you. You're not helping me, Albert. I'm trying to. Someone killed somebody. I don't know if anyone killed anyone. What then? What do you know? What's the guy's name? I gotta know the guy's name, Tisha. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to help you, but you're not freaking letting me help you, okay? All right, shut up. Well.
Mr. Allen.
Yeah, so we would just want to have Mr. Stout come back on the stand and ask him some follow-up questions, Judge.
Okay, all right, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Stauch. How are you doing today?
Morning.
So at the very beginning of that call, you told the defendant Happy Valentine's Day. Did this call actually occur on Valentine's Day?
I believe so. If I would have said that, I don't know the date you quoted when we started, but.
Okay. The date of the call was February 14th of 2020.
So absolutely then.
There's a question in that beginning portion where the defendant was asking you questions about where you were and where Lena was, and then you responded with, "Where's Harley?" Similar to the phone call that we talked about yesterday, at this time of this call, did you know where the defendant was anywhere?
I did not, nor did I know where Harley was.
When the defendant started making statements about the guy was in the house when the police came, in your mind, was she referencing when the police first responded to your house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
That's what I assumed she was referring to, yes.
Did you have any independent knowledge of them finding a man in the house when they responded on that day?
I did not, no, sir.
You, in that phone call, you also pressed multiple times for getting names or trying to figure out a way to identify a guy that she's talking about at the beginning. Did she ever give you a name or any identifying features of this person?
Not in that phone call. No, sir.
And then later on in the phone call, it changes into there's a gang that's involved. Did she give you any idea of who this gang might be?
I don't remember ever getting that information, no, sir.
Ever?
I don't believe so.
Okay. In a big chunk of that phone call, obviously no way to know because you're not in the same room with the defendant, but did it sound like the defendant was crying to you?
Based on previous experience with her, there was times when I assumed yes, she was crying, and there was times when I assumed it was fake crying as well. Or fake emotions in that phone call, yes.
In that phone call?
In that specific one, yes.
So in your mind, you were thinking that some was potentially real and some was potentially fake?
Yes, sir.
In your mind, did you think that she was trying to manipulate you in the course of the investigation?
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
One of the questions that you asked the defendant very specifically was whether she knows Gannon is safe. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer from her on that question?
No, sir.
You mentioned in the phone call too about you're going to give information to the detectives so they'll quit stalling. Similar to the phone call yesterday, were you actually with law enforcement when this call occurred?
I was.
And they were listening?
Yes, sir.
Was you saying, hoping that they would quit stalling, I guess, was that a tactic to keep her talking?
Absolutely.
Two names that you gave in that phone call were Travis and Chance. Who are those people just in general?
Travis would have been an ex-boyfriend of the defendant, and Chance would have been an ex-husband of the defendant, also Harley's father.
Did you ever have any indication that either one of those two names were involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir. Chance was deceased by that point, and no indication of Travis either at all.
Okay. In relation to that that gang reference, was there ever a gang that was after you and your family?
Not to my knowledge.
And then similar questions to what I asked you yesterday. The sound of the defendant's voice in that phone call, was that consistent with her personality as you knew it?
Absolutely.
In this particular phone call, did she ever change personalities to a different personality?
I was talking to the defendant the entire time.
And so never changed voice inflections or
No,
anything
sir.
like that? Okay, thank you. So Judge, at this time, we would want to move into playing People's Exhibit 37, which is another recorded phone call on February 14, 2020 at 12:08 p.m. This one's roughly 8.5 minutes long.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, let me apologize right now for all of these phone calls. Listen, I know it's hard to listen to. I'm pulling my hair out here, y'all. But it's important that we understand this part, I guess. Luckily, this one's only 8 minutes long, which I've got it sped up a little bit, so it's going to go a little bit faster for us. Oh my God, I couldn't imagine being in this trial and staring at the back of her nappy ass, disgusting head. Oh! Anyways, I'm struggling, you guys. I'm struggling a lot here. Okay, I've already eaten some, what do you call them damn things? Cheeto puffs. Y'all, and I don't eat shit like that, but I've lost my mind and my nerves are just shot. I don't know where y'all are at. This is insane. I can't stand this bitch. Anyhow, let's get back into it. Let's go back in the courtroom. Oh my goodness gracious.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Hello?
It said it's the signal.
Okay, well, what? Because you hung up on me and I'm not really feeling this right now. So what? What do you got for me?
I can't help it. In and out.
Fine, whatever.
You were being all nice, caring, listening, everything. Then all of a sudden you started being hateful.
Yeah, because you got information I need for my son that everybody needs to get this boy back. Okay?
Okay, so now you're saying I got information, but then just a minute ago you told me I made it up and it was a figment of my imagination.
Okay, so it's on you to pick which one it is. It's not on me to sort through it. It's on you to tell me the truth or keep feeding me bullshit.
Beginning. Listen to me.
Yes. No. Let's start over. Let's get a new beginning here. Okay, let's start over. Because if you keep going back this same path we've been on, I'm just going to keep getting more pissed off and more hurt and more worried about my son because you've told me 17 different stories now. Start over and tell me who the fuck has my boy. Okay? Tell me a name. That's the beginning. I don't care about Saturday. I don't care about Sunday. I don't care about the fucking truck on Monday. I don't care. Who has Gannon? That's what I care about. Who?
Then I want immunity.
What the fuck does that have to do with who has Gannon? I can't give you immunity. You call the police. You do what you got to do to get yourself protected from whatever you're worried about. I mean, it keeps. Anyways, I'm not dealing with that. Okay, the beginning is who has Gannon.
Did you even call the guy to ask him about immunity to talk to me? Did you?
No, because I figured you'd call me back. I thought you was hanging up with me. Call me back. What is he? What can I? I'm not your lawyer. Okay.
You're my husband.
Right, and I'm telling you right now, you want immunity. You want this fucking immunity because there's no dude. It's all a fucking lie, Tisha. Prove me otherwise. Just like I told you with the rape, I'll get on my knees and beg for forgiveness if it's true. If it really happened, if there is this fucking guy out there, I'll on the media, I'll go out to the world and say I was wrong. My wife was right this whole time. But there's no fucking dude, Tisha. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Yeah, prove me wrong. Was this an accident? Did something happen? Did you accidentally hurt him? Did you give him too much medicine? What happened?
So what do you think happened then? Since you think everything I have to say is wrong, since I offered help, then what do you think happened?
Well, I'm gonna tell you first of all, like I told you already, I was not home. And that's what the problem number one. Okay? Something bad happened and I wasn't there to take care of it. All right? So for the rest of my life, no matter what happens, I'm going to blame myself for this because I wasn't there, because I was trying to progress in my career, be successful and all these things. Okay? I just wasn't there. That's number one. That's the first thing that happened. Number two, I mean, you told me a lot of things that happened in like a 12, 13, 24-hour period. You talk about blood, you talk about Gannon's foot, you talk about the burns. All this happened in a short time, and they were all accidents. Nobody's to blame. Okay? Nobody. And you just panicked. Okay? That's what I think. I think all this stuff happened, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe there was a big accident. Gannon took too much medicine, or Gannon hit his head, or Gannon's nose was bleeding, or I don't know, okay? I'm sitting here trying to make all these theories up, but all these things are running through my head. He hit his head on the ground. He hit his head on the wall. You picked his fingers too much, and he was bleeding. Whatever the truth is, Gannon did something, and it was an accident. And then I just feel like because I wasn't there to keep it all together, you panicked. And then I don't even have a theory on the rest of it. Okay. That's what I think. I think there's absolutely no guy there. And I understand why that would be on your mind. I understand that. Okay. I'm not discounting that or not making you feel bad if that's something you're trying to get through this and you made that up. Okay. You've told nobody that but me. Okay. So if that's not okay, screw the police right now. This is me and you. Screw the freaking police. They're not listening anyways. You know that. They're looking all these places, and you know shouldn't be looking there. Okay, so they're not listening to you. I'm listening to you. I just need to know what happened. I gave you my theory up until the one point where you panicked, okay, whether it was too much blood, Gannon hurt himself, and you didn't know how to handle it, and you didn't want to call me because you were scared I might be upset at you, and I understand that. I understand that you've got this. You want to do so good for the kids and provide for them and food and clothes, and you do a great job at all that stuff. Okay, you do a great job at all that stuff, and I tell you that all the time. And you really want me to feel like you're better than Landon, and I tell you all the time that you are. Okay, I feel like all that factors into this, that something bad happened accidentally. Nobody's fault. Accidents happen, and that's what we would have told Gannon, the candle or whatever it was. Accidents happen. We could get new carpet. We can't get new children though. Okay, I tell you that all the time. We can't replace our children. We can replace clothes and carpet and couches. Who gives a fuck about that stuff? And you know I've told you that. We smash the TV. Who cares about the TV? Okay. An accident happened here of some sort. You panicked and freaked out, and then I just need the rest of the story. I just need to know where Gannon is, okay? I just need to know what has happened with Gannon. Is he safe? Is he hurt? Is he alive? Is he somewhere? Okay? I don't want to hear no more about this dude unless you give me a name, okay? So I don't believe it until you give me concrete information. My theory is this. That accident happened. You panicked. Now tell me the rest.
I was there, Albert. I'll give you his name. I swear to you.
Give me his name.
When I tell you this part, this is why I want immunity.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay? The whole thing happened. The cops were there. Yada, yada, yada. All that was true. You keep saying I said all these stories is not what happened. I really was truly thought that Gannon was going out every day. I've been talking to somebody because he was asking me weird questions or whatever. This dude trying to get your bike, he followed me. So I get the Petco. That's why I was looking in and out the door of the Petco.
Oh, so you weren't. So it wasn't about Gannon getting out. And I'm not talking junk. Okay.
You jump in there.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand.
He didn't get out because if someone was following me, I didn't want him to know someone was in the car.
Okay.
Yes, that's why.
Okay.
All I was trying to do was go get you a bike. Then I leave because I was going to go to this place to be looking at free to get a bike, and I realized that this dude was following us again. So I tried to make some turns around Palmer Lake area, in and out of that area up there, which is where they're searching because I'm sure they got my GPS, searching for nothing. And then, when I had to come up the little hump, there's this dude. Well, this dude is in your truck with us.
And just so that I'm clear, Mr. Allen, that was exhibit 37, right?
37. That's
Okay,
right.
all right, go ahead.
Mr. Stauch, can you come back?
Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stauch, in that call, you said to the defendant, you want immunity because it's a lie, there's no dude. And then you said, prove me wrong. Did she ever prove you wrong?
No, sir.
You made mention of Gannon did something, an accident, and you panicked. What were you trying to do by saying those things to the defendant?
Trying to, in a way, take the initial blame off of her that and confirm her story about an accident with the candle or whatever she had claimed from the night before or whatever. And, you know, give her a freedom to talk about what happened next in her mind.
Basically give her an out so that you could try to maybe get more information?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Towards the end of that phone call, the defendant made, again, mentions of some anonymous dude in the language that she used. Did she ever give you a name of who this dude was that she was referring to?
Not in this phone call, no, sir.
All right. Was that phone call consistent with her personality?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
During that phone call, did she ever change personalities or talk with any other odd voice inflections?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, we're going to move on to People's 38, which is a call on February 14th at 12:17 p.m.
All right. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And Judge, this call is about a little over 21 minutes.
All right.
Hello?
What happened?
I was talking away.
Okay.
Or did you guys hear?
Something about you were at Pt2 and then you got in the truck and the guy was there or something?
No. I asked them to go get the footage outside of Pt2.
Okay.
Not just the footage inside Pt2. That's the footage we need outside of Pt2. Because the guy followed us to Pt2, and as I was pulling off to go to the Palmer Lake area, I was going to go look at the bike. Somebody was laying down in the road, acting like they were, I don't know, going to kill themselves or some crap. When I turned around and came back the other way, and this dude gets in the truck with us. I didn't have anything, knives, anything to fight anybody off or anything. I had to go like a normal time. Gannon was crying in the back seat till he threw up. He was so scared. He followed us all. He came with us all the way back to the house. Where's the footage showing people getting out of the car? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, who got out of the car?
I mean, I saw you and then I saw the shadow that somebody was talking about. The only footage I seen is the one that you said the guy got paid for. That's the only one I saw.
Okay, so when we get there, he's still in your car at this time. We all get out. The guy was with us the whole time.
Okay.
The whole entire time. I asked him, what did he want? He could take everything he wanted. He could rob us. He could do whatever he fucking wanted. Have it all. There was a struggle. There was everything back and forth. Gannon was asking, did I know his Uncle Matt? Because he was saying, whoever Uncle Matt was, you don't like Uncle Matt. Uncle Matt came in at. Oh, she had something to do with it. Because I was freaking out how he would know someone by this name. I told you this.
Okay.
The guy was there when the police came. I didn't know where Gannon was at. I didn't know if he was hid. I didn't know anything. I just know I was terrified to say anything because he had the gun. And I was scared. What if he, Gannon, while I run up there and try to go get help? What if I leave to go get help and he's in here? There's nothing I could do to switch anything. My hands were tied that night. The girls were in the bedroom. My hands were tied to the little board that's on the back. My hands are tied there. Tied completely. Remember those same headphones I had on? I told you I was listening to music? Yeah, I had to do that, and that little bandana that was down there, that's where that came from. I couldn't scream, couldn't get help. Harley and Lena were asleep. It was just terrifying. All I could hear was Gannon screaming. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know anything.
Okay, Tisha, can I ask you a question? Please?
What?
Why would you need immunity for that when the guy he's the perpetrator, not you? Why would you need immunity for that?
Because I didn't tell him.
Because you did, okay. Okay, I mean.
I don't know how bad he hurt Gannon. I don't know. There's no accident where I hurt him. There's nothing like that. Because people keep saying that. No, because he was in Gannon's room. I just kept crying. To fight his dude off. He is Mexican. He was mixed with black. Dark. 5'7". I gave him the facial features that was on him.
Okay, hold on. All right, so let me just bear with me here while I sort through this. Okay, so you have Pt2, you pull out, and you're at the stoplight. Dude's laying in the middle of the road, or are you in the parking lot?
We drove up to look at the night towards.
Oh, so the guy was at Palmer Lake laying in the middle of the road.
He followed us. I made a turn. I thought the turn was going to take me back to 25. Instead, it wraps you back around in a circle to come back the same direction up these hills.
Okay. All right. So yeah, let's stop for a second because. All right. Listen, I'm gonna be straight up again because I'm getting frustrated again because this is even more bullshit than the original 17 stories. Okay. I mean, no guy fucking jumps in your truck. The car is locked when you're driving unless you stop and open the doors. Anyway, I'm not gonna pick it apart. It's bullshit. Okay. Yes. Tisha. No, it's not why. I want you to tell me why you panicked. Why did you panic when the accident happened? When Gannon did whatever he did, I mean, he made a mistake. Whatever happened, why did you panic? After Gannon was hurt, after he hurt himself, after he had an accident, after he banged his head or something, why did you panic?
What are you talking about?
So, wait, well, you know what? So back to this Palmer, I'm all over the place here.
Yeah, because you're trying to make it out to be me and it's not me.
No, I'm trying to make it out to be, where's my son, okay? If you were in Palmer Lake and then Douglas County and whatever, you did all these turns and turned around and this guy was out there laying in the road, he got in a truck, why do they have your GPS in your car? You were in my truck.
My phone.
No, but I thought you told me yesterday you left your phone at Pt2 because you had to go back to get it.
No, that was Gannon's phone. Gannon's phone was left at Pt2.
You told me, yes, Tisha, I'm not stupid now. Okay, listen, you know I'm better than that. You told me yesterday, you said it almost verbatim, almost quoting you now. You said, I set my phone on the counter, okay, because I had these 2 or 3 doggy sweaters or whatever, okay, and then... No, you told me yesterday it was your phone, and then you said it and you forgot it because you kept going and looking at him to make sure he wasn't getting out the truck. Now it's you. Tisha, but how is it all true when you've told me 7 different versions of the same thing? It can't all be true. He can't be a Mexican named Uncle Matt, lived it, but he wasn't there until he got in the...
See how you keep doing?
No, what I keep doing is not being stupid and letting you get me with bullshit, okay? I need the truth.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Really. I mean, you can smirk all you want to, you can roll your eyes, you can hit the steering wheel. That doesn't change the fact that you have the truth and I don't. because, yeah, so yesterday, it wasn't a Mexican. It was the guy riding around in the Aubrey Holmes vehicle or whatever it's called. Okay, and you gave him the garage code, and then he came in. But that's what I do understand. You're spinning me in 12 different directions to help.
Tell all this. If I don't keep saying this, you get the right person. You don't care about that. You don't care about the if I say anything.
No, Tisha, what I care about is you, and I care about our relationship and that the fact that we're talking together. No, you're not talking to the police. I'm not making you say anything. Okay, listen. I understand. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand you feel like they're making you all these things, and I understand making you say all these things. Sorry. Okay, and the fact that you're having to say all these different stories because they're pressuring you, and I blame them completely. Okay, I understand that you're just in a bad situation because everybody's after you and you feel attacked and all these things. Okay, I understand that. But if you have any faith or respect in me, you got to understand that, I believe the truth is always easier than having to go 27 different directions. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to work out with you here is just the freaking truth.
With my arm.
Okay, well, who is he? Who tied you up? Who did this? You didn't do it. Who did it? Who hurt Gannon? Who has Gannon? Who wants the money? Who hurt you? Who is they? And how did he hurt Gannon? These are the questions I need to know. Who is he and who are they?
He first told me his name was, but it's not. It's Quincy Brown.
Quincy Brown. So Quincy Brown is the one who has him. What was he driving when he was following you? What was he driving when he was following you? What? A red car. See, I think that's what I was saying. You're on it. The fact that you know his name, or he said Eduardo, but you found out his name was Quincy Brown, driving a red car. What? Wait, listen. Wait. How did he hurt Gannon, and how bad was Gannon hurt? Say that again. You said. I can't hear you, Tisha. Try to calm down.
When I came out, Gannon was gone. I just could hear him screaming. I couldn't do anything.
So Gannon was screaming, and you heard him. You heard. Right. No, I said heard. I said you heard, like you heard him screaming. The guy hurt Gannon. So you know the guy hurt him, Quincy Brown. Huh? Do you know what he hurt him with? Was he hitting him? Was he?
I came back in there. He started taking boxes out.
Okay, so how do you know Quincy Brown? How do you know it was him?
He told me his name was Eduardo, but he came back in there taking boxes out. And I seen Quincy Brown. I saw it.
Oh, what boxes was he taking out?
I thought he was going to rob our house and take things.
So he had an ID on, and what did you see anything besides his name, like a company or something?
Nearly home. I just need more space. I feel like I'm suffocating.
Oh no.
Quincy Brown. It was his pocket. He had his big baggy pants on, and in his pocket, the paper fell out, and on top of the paper was his ID, and it had his picture, Quincy Brown.
Okay, all right. But what kind of boxes? What boxes was he taking out? Was he out of the storage room? What? I mean, what?
In the storage room.
Oh, you were in the storage.
Do what?
You did. That's the first you told me that you were in the storage room.
He tied me in the storage room. And I couldn't come out. I just did that.
I'm sorry. You were crying and screaming. I couldn't understand that part. So now I know you were tied up. You couldn't do anything because you were screaming and you had the bandana in your mouth. You were tied up. Is this after the police left and after Gannon and him were in the storage room, or before that, or what?
It was after the police left late that night. I realized that he was still in the house. Really, laying in the room and told him to shut the door and don't come out.
Okay. All right. So what boxes was he taking out of the storage room, or what? Okay, well, you brought that up, so that's huge. I mean, if he's taking boxes, what was in the boxes? I'm just trying to sort through all this, okay? Empty boxes, okay. So back up. Gannon and this Quincy Brown guy, they were in the storage room the whole time, and you were trying to point the police to the storage room?
I never told you that. I said when the cops went to the storage room, I was trying to tell them, hey, there's a bunch of boxes piled up here. I even went to the little Christmas closet and was like, yeah, please look through there really good.
But you did say that they were in there and that you tried to direct them somehow to the storage room. You did say that.
Not what I said. That is not what I said.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing.
Telling him where hiding places were in the storage room.
Then where the fuck were they? It all is relevant. Where were they at? You said earlier you heard him scream from the storage room. Okay? Where were they at?
There was no screaming when the cops were there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of getting fed up because you know what? Yesterday, in the 3 previous versions, okay, it all happened in Gannon's room. Now it all happened in the fucking storage room. Make your mind up. You banged your head on Gannon's table. You were raped in Gannon's room. Gannon was beat up. He was high-fiving the guy. He was jumping on him. He was loving him. Uncle Matt, he was a Mexican. It all happened in Gannon's room. Now it happened in the storage room. God damn it, Leticia, make some sense out of this.
That is before the police got there, Albert.
What time did all that happen? What time did that happen?
You asked me about the police got there.
Tisha, to me, this is all bullshit because none of it makes sense. None of the timeline adds up. Every time you tell it to me, there's more and different details. So okay. Yeah, fine.
My life on the line.
Go get your fucking immunity. I hope you get it, because I don't want nothing bad to happen to you. I don't want nothing bad to happen to nobody. I want my son back.
I'm trying to help you get him back.
So at what point did you call the police? The guy was with you. He was in the house. He was just letting you call the police? Because you said he was in the truck. Well, him and Gannon were in the truck, come back from wherever the fuck you picked him up on the side of the road, and he just jumped in and said, here's a hamburger, take me home or something, whatever. Okay? Yeah. I'm being a goddamn smartass because this is bullshit. Okay? So you're all in the house and you're just drinking sweet tea, and he's like, I'm holding you at gunpoint, but go ahead and call the police, please. Right? That's your story. That's your story, Tisha. That's your story. Because
Sure.
Yeah, because initially he was already in the house when you got home with Gannon. That's what you told me initially. I am listening. Okay, so all right, so assume I believe you now. So Quincy Brown is the one holding Gannon for all the money, and you didn't tell me. So now, all this 3 weeks now, you've known who has my son. You've known he's out to get you or after you or whatever, and you think I'm going to be okay with me just finding this out after I've been crying my heart out for 3 weeks now? You think that's cool? Because you're worried about your immunity?
Because I'm worried about my what?
Immunity. That's all you said all day long after yesterday when you told me 7 different stories. Today it's immunity. And now I find about Quincy Brown in a red car with boxes has my son and he wants money and you never told me about it. It's like we're playing fucking Clue here or something. Or Who's Who. And yes, I'm being a smart ass because I'm tired of this shit.
I don't want nothing but my family and everything and Gannon to be there. I begged you to help me for days. I can tell you this. I begged you. But you would never have to not be around everybody and call me. Never.
You know, it's funny. I'm going to stop you right there because it's funny. You started that statement again with, I just want my family and Gannon. So that's why you keep saying shit like that. Yo, Gannon is part of your family. He's not an and, he's part of it. That's why I don't believe that shit, because you keep saying that. Go ahead.
I am agreeing to testify against this. I am agreeing to even to walk out wherever money fucking shoot me just to get Gannon.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, listen, I know enough about immunity that you're not going to get immunity if you keep lying about this fucking Quincy guy. There's no fucking Quincy guy. There's no Eduardo. There's no Uncle Matt. There's nobody.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever me all you want to, but there's no fucking Quincy. Yeah. Should have freaking told me about Quincy Brown from the get-go. That's why there's no fucking Quincy Brown.
Really?
Yeah, really, Tisha. Yeah, this is just blowing my mind here that you sit here and you want to be a family, the 4 of us in Gannon, like you say. You want us to get back together and be all intimate and, blah, 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 blah. But you keep fucking lying to me. 5 years of lies, and now my son's gone. Where is Gannon, Tisha? Where the fuck is Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown.
Where? Where's Quincy Brown? He's obviously, you know something about him. Is he in town? Are you in town? Is Gannon in town? Who's anywhere? Nobody knows where anybody is except for you.
Earlier, you wanted to help. You wanted to listen so we could go have him arrested. But now you don't have any interest in
I do. I'll let them know as soon as we get off the phone. Go look for a 5'7" Mexican guy named Uncle Matt that changed his name to Quincy Brown, that works for the home developer, that his ID fell out of his pocket, and he's out there with my son. I'll tell him all that.
Because I found out who he is.
But you said you knew him.
They're after me.
Oh my God. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown took Gannon.
You almost said his name different. Okay, is it Quincy Brown or
Brown is what I said.
Where is Gannon?
All right, I think now would be a good time for a break. So we will take our break until 10:45. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
The home builder, maybe.
Join Planet Fitness for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
Ooh, that sink odor is out of hand. are you? Your kitchen godfather.
I don't know.
I just want to stop it right here just a few minutes and say hello, hello, hello to everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. What we're watching is pinned on your screens right now, you guys. This is an old trial, of course. Leticia Stauch was convicted of first-degree murder among 4 or 5 other charges in 2023. The murder of Gannon, who was 11 years old at the time, you guys. The things that she did to that boy, sweet Gannon, is just unfathomable. And sadly, she won her appeal last week to a new trial. So she is no longer a convicted killer. We're waiting to get any word back from the courts because the prosecution went ahead and sent it up to the Supreme Court of Colorado. So hoping that they will overturn this, but you guys, we know the law is the law, and they fucked up. So I mean, I would bet 99% of, I don't know, this Diet Coke I have to say that yes, she will get another trial. Eventually she will be extradited back to Colorado. And the big question for me is she going to get bailed? I'm just curious, and I hope not. I hope not. I hope she has to sit in the county jail until then. It would be really nice if she just had to sit in the penitentiary, but we know she's in Kansas right now. She's in Kansas, y'all. And hi, Tashi. And so she definitely is going to get expedited back because she's going to have to work with her lawyers to get a fair trial. Okay. Because the first one we messed up. This is a slam dunk case, you guys. Anybody that saw the trial before, it's a slam dunk case. There was never any doubt in anybody's mind ever, I think, that didn't think that Leticia Stauch had committed this crime against sweet Gannon. I don't think she's gonna I don't think we have to worry about her getting off this time. Maybe she'll even take a plea. Who knows? We don't know what's going to happen. But what we're doing is we're revisiting the first trial, reminding ourselves of things we may have forgotten about it, just getting reacquainted with it, because hopefully this will go to trial by, listen, if it's the same judge and the same lawyers, it shouldn't take that long to just reacquaint yourself with everything and get a whole new defense up, you know. But if they do get new lawyers in the situation, which is possible, but it's only been 2 years, so maybe they're still there, then maybe we can get it over with quick enough. Maybe, just maybe, somebody will say to her, look, you know you're going to go back in there. You know you're going to have to listen to all this bullshit once again. You know that Al, Gannon's dad, is going to be there, and so will his mom, that you absolutely hate. Are you really going to put your daughter, Harley, back through having to take the stand again? And maybe she'll get some kind of conscience and say, I'll just plead guilty. Get me what you can. Maybe get me life with parole, you know? And maybe she'll plead. We don't know. So anyway, good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Will you do me a favor? Just double tap your screen. Magic happens when and that's all I ever ask anybody to do. Please just give me a like. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you being in chat. I think a lot of times I will run 2 lives in a 24-hour period. And I always say that the overnight crew is the best chatters, and I absolutely love it. I'm grateful for the ones even during the day, but I mean, nighttime, I feel like all my people come alive. Anyways, what was the ground appeal? Juror bias. So there was a juror in there that whose son-in-law worked for the prosecution's office. He did disclose it. It's not his fault. It's the court's fault because they let it happen. All right, so there you go. We're going to jump right back into this. Al Stauch is still on he was the first person that was called to testify. He's still in the chair up there. And little Leticia, Follow my cursor, you guys. This is the dumb bitch sitting right over here, hiding in this corner behind whatever this is, whether it's a monitor or somebody's briefcase or something. Eventually, and I think it's during today's session, the judge finally gets pissed off at her antics that she's doing over there, because she has flipped the judge off a couple of times. And I'm pretty sure she at least flipped Al off one time from this position. And he moves her, tells her she's got to move to the defense table, because the prosecution are actually the ones that say, you know what, that's not right, that she gets to cower over by the wall. She needs to be sitting at the defense table. This is her trial. Why is she hiding out? Why is she allowed to? So here, hopefully very soon, the judge is going to say, bitch, step to your right, step to your right, go sit in that chair. And she will. And then we get to watch the whole horror movie come to life, because her hair is what she's going to start using to hide her stupid fucking face. All right, let's keep going.
Specifically, but yeah, that was just a van or cars roaming around the neighborhood for supervision or whatever.
Was that also a reference back to the story the defendant gave, that she let one of the guys from the building area come into the house?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then during this phone call, we hear the name Quincy Brown. Was that the first time you'd heard the name Quincy Brown?
Yes, sir.
Did you know any Quincy Brown?
No, sir.
Again, similar questions to before. During this particular phone call, did the defendant's personality, was it consistent with the way you knew her personality to be?
Absolutely.
Did she change into any other different personalities during this phone call?
No, sir.
During this phone call, did you know where she was located?
No, sir.
And then there's a lot of reference to immunity from the defendant in this phone call. It's similar to the last call. In your mind, was she asking for immunity because Quincy Brown did something?
That made absolutely no sense to me, so no.
But was that what she was sort of relaying to you in your mind?
I don't know. In my mind, she was asking for immunity because she did something or knew something that would incriminate her, but she was claiming to know more that would afford her the opportunity to ask for immunity.
Did she ever, during this particular phone call, give you any actionable information that you could pass on to law enforcement that could help the investigation?
No, sir. It seemed like more spin to me.
More spin, you said?
More spin, or more trying to send myself or the investigation in opposite directions.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time, we would move on to playing People's Exhibit number 39, which is another recorded phone call, again from February 14, 2020 at 12:41 p.m.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
And this call is just a little under 18 minutes.
All right. Best to be ready.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you ready now? Are you ready to talk to me?
I have been talking to you.
Okay. Yes, you have. Okay. Where's Gannon?
I didn't see you again.
Where's Gannon, Tisha?
I just told you.
No, don't tell me fucking Quincy Brown. Tell me where Gannon is. There's no Quincy Brown. There's no Quincy Brown. Where is Gannon? Where did you take Gannon?
You took it. Why don't you put me in a lineup and let me look for it?
Where did you take Gannon? Where is Gannon?
Gannon anywhere.
Yeah, but you told me you did. You told me you took him to Petco and to Douglas County and Tobacco. Where is Gannon?
To me and so I didn't do? What's wrong with you?
Where is Gannon, Tisha?
I've already told you. You think you could be this interrogator all you want?
No, I'm not. You're my wife and I'm trying to talk to you.
Hey, you're not trying to talk to me. You're trying to put me 6 feet under what you're trying to do.
Why are you so afraid to just tell me the fucking truth, the real story, just for once? Okay, you can tell me the truth. You can tell me bullshit 20 more times. Just right now, tell me the truth. Where is Gannon? You did not tell me where he is.
He is Quincy Brown.
Listen, fuck Quincy Brown. Don't ever say that name to me again because it's bullshit. Eduardo is bullshit. Okay, the carpet guy is bullshit.
Quincy Brown took him.
Well, tomorrow it's going to be somebody different because yesterday it was the 3 other different guys.
Go after him.
My dumb ass won't go after him. Yeah, my dumb ass won't go after him. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
You told me to tell you who had him, and you would be supportive. And you still are doing this.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and pick this thing apart anymore because it's bullshit. You said this guy had something on you, something blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, blah, 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 blah. You didn't want to tell me his name. Why would you not want to tell me Quincy Brown? Who the fuck is Quincy Brown?
What? He is going... I'll send you some lineups. The police department has to have lineups for Quincy Brown in the area.
Did you tell Quincy Brown your name? Okay, did you give him your information? Did he take your phone? How is he messaging you? It's Quincy Brown messaging you. I do, and I'm trying to find it. How is he messaging you when he never... Did you tell him, hey, my name's Tisha, my email is TishaLynn2006? What the fuck, Tisha?
Did you care that he has your son?
Yeah, see, you ain't answering my question. You ain't answering my question because you know it's bullshit. How does he message you? Like I said, it's probably some Inspector Gadget. This message will self-destruct in 30 seconds, right? Some bullshit like that. Because he didn't.
What? Talking about?
Likewise. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This guy messaging you? What the fuck? He don't have your information?
Okay, so he hasn't been outside of the hotel?
Nope.
Okay,
throw another one at me. What else hasn't he done? He ain't done shit. Because Quincy Brown don't fucking exist.
Maybe they need to check you and Landon since y'all goddamn won't go look for it.
Yeah, have them check me and Landon. They got all my shit. I turn all my shit in. My car, my phone, my email, my everything. They got all my shit.
Well, they have all mine too.
Okay? So I ain't worried about shit. Give me a place to look for Gannon. Tell me where he is.
I don't know.
I'll go fucking look for him. What does Quincy Brown even look like? Is he the 5'7" Mexican? I mean, come on, goddammit.
Come on.
How is he messaging you? You never answered that question either. I'm getting messages. Ooh, so mysterious.
That's because someone sends you messages, Albert. Doesn't fucking mean it's social media or anything like that.
I didn't say what it was. I asked you what it was.
Certain ways.
So,
I even called it into the FBI.
oh, okay.
Hey, there's this dude, blah, 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 following us. Hey, there's another people following us. I've tried to help y'all.
So, listen.
I didn't tell you from the beginning who Quincy Brown was.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because you knew I wouldn't believe you because it's bullshit. So you're telling me this motherfucker came in or got in the truck, come home, beat the shit out of you or whatever he did, beat the shit out of Gannon, took Gannon from the storage room or whatever the hell that's all about, and took him, and now he's got, and now he's, yeah, send it to me. Send that shit to me right now, okay? Send me fucking Quincy Brown, okay? Because you're telling me this dude is out there. He knows you know what he looks like, and he's following you, trying to do whatever he's gonna do. He's got everything he needs. He's
release a reward.
But you said that he's following you.
Yes,
When are you gonna send me this damn picture?
Okay. See? Dark skin, mixed.
Are you freaking serious, Tisha? That's Quincy Brown right there. He's dark and Hispanic.
What?
He's dark and Hispanic. His name's Quincy Brown, right? A Hispanic guy named Quincy, like he's from South Carolina or something. All right, listen,
Quincy.
Oh my God. This is great. How did you fucking get a picture of Quincy Brown? You Googled him?
That is who he is.
Okay, listen, screenshot your Google search. Let me see it. Now, screenshot me where you pulled that. Yeah, however you got Quincy. Guess what? Quincy probably sent you that picture in one of his messages, right? He said, hey, just in case they're looking for me, here's my latest photo.
You're a fucking dumbass.
I am a dumbass, and I need my son, and you got him.
Your son.
Who's got him then? It ain't fucking Quincy Brown.
You gonna be a fucking some balls and find him with his. I bet you ain't doing that shit though, are you? Because you're.
I am a punk. You're right. I just want my son. You can call me a punk. You can say whatever you want to say to me. Okay? I just want.
Quincy did.
Where can I find Quincy to question him?
I don't fucking know. Your best friends in the police department can do it.
You're killing me, Tisha.
I'm not killing.
Well, where's my son, Tisha? This is the same fucking bullshit conversation we had for days and weeks about that $8,000 you took from me. And I said, where's the money? Where's the money? And then 2 weeks later, oh, I took it. I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. It's the same shit we're doing again.
You dumbass.
Yeah, I am a dumbass, but it's the same fucking conversation. Where's my son, Tisha?
Quincy hasn't. Quincy, do you know him? Fucking go find him.
Apparently you do, because he's got something against you. Okay? Yeah.
You to talk to me to help me.
Hey, guess what? I'm calling bullshit. I just Googled that shit, and that's a fucking mugshot like I find Mike Hyatt on. Mugshot. Way to go, Tisha. You found Quincy Brown on a mugshot. God damn it. This is just getting better and better and better.
The mugshot? Because he's probably been in jail before, you dumbass.
Yeah. So he just picked you out of the blue because you just happened to be in Douglas County up there, and he was laying in the street. And Quincy said, "Oh wow, that looks like an easy target. I'm gonna steal her son and rape her and go all the way to freaking wherever." And then how did he leave? Nobody saw him leave. What the fuck are you talking about?
You dumbass.
Oh, that's right, because he was there till midnight while the neighborhood search party was going on. Come on, Tisha.
The neighborhood search party was not even going on at that time.
Okay, guess what? I know that's fun. I searched all through the night, Tisha, while you were sitting your ass in the house. You were sitting in the house, sending Harley and Lane out to look for him. The search party of the fucking neighborhood was out, and Quincy Brown was out there, and nobody saw him. I tell you what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to figure out what you're going to do when they find Gannon. Because that's what you need to worry about.
When they find Gannon.
When they find Gannon,
really?
no matter what's happened to the boy or where he's at, when they find him, you better get to stepping because you got to worry about what's going to happen. Okay?
Really?
Yeah.
That's a threat? Because
No, I'm telling you about the police.
okay. If that's how you want to take it then, and you don't want any help, then
Yeah,
fine.
because we're going to find him. And how the hell would you know they're barking up the wrong tree? You keep saying they're looking in the wrong place.
You don't ask me. I'm in the wrong tree.
But that doesn't make any sense. They're looking where you supposedly told them Quincy Brown got in the truck at. What the fuck, Tisha? That's the exact tree they're looking at.
I said me. I was talking about me.
Yeah, but you keep saying no. That's not true. You said
There. He hasn't.
you told me yesterday they're looking at Palmer Lake and Douglas County and in all these fields and they're barking up the wrong tree. That's what you told me, not anybody else.
You dumbass. He hasn't in Colorado Springs.
Where at? How do you know where he's at if you don't know Quincy Brown? If you're not involved, if you don't know what's going on.
Not involved.
You just fucking told on yourself. You just told on yourself. You know where Gannon's at and you're fucking lying.
I don't know where Gannon's at.
You just said he's in Colorado Springs.
I said Quincy Brown lives in Colorado Springs, apparently.
Now you're fucking twisted the words again, Tisha. Okay, where's Gannon?
I don't have Gannon. You can curse me out, call me whatever you want, fuck all the bitches you want, do whatever you want, because I don't care about you.
Good. I don't want you to. You got my son, and you know where he's at, and I need to find my son. You obviously don't care about my son if you're going to do all the things you did in that fucking candle video. That was bullshit. That's the same shit you tried to do to me, and you did it to my son. That was horrible. You should go to jail just for that shit, Tisha.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. That's fucking abuse, and you know it. Had that little boy. No, you had him crying when all he thought he had made was an accident, and you had him thinking he was going to have to sell his Switch and his toys on the fucking video you put out there. I didn't see that. You put it out there. That's your fucking abuse.
You think he was going to sell his Switch?
Yeah, that's or what? Well, that was where it was going. The couch, or we're going to sell this or that. I heard your words, and I heard you make him cry too. Where's my son?
Crying.
Where's my son? Where is he, Tisha? Why are you pausing?
You don't care where he's at, so it don't matter.
I do care. I told you where I think he's at. You told me he wasn't there. You said they're barking up the wrong tree, and then you said he is in Colorado Springs. You said that. Not me. Not the police. Not nobody else. You said it. That's why you said they're barking up the wrong tree, because you know where he's at. And you need to tell me.
I wish I did.
You're a fucking liar. Tell me where he's at.
I wish I did, so that I bring him to you and say to you how you really were a supportive husband.
You listen. This is the same shit that we've been going through for 5 years, and I've supported you through it.
All you want to do is talk about me and Albert.
No, I want my son. Fuck all that other shit. I want my son. Who cares about the past 5 years? You're right. Who gives a fuck?
To you right now, and I had absolutely nothing to do with it. You'd still fucking try to blame it on me.
But Tisha, that's just not an option. You've lied to me. Okay, well, I'm not blaming you, but you've lied to me. That's unacceptable. Okay, the truth is, I need my son, and you have information.
Sorry that I didn't want to get killed. Okay, I'm sorry.
So you didn't want to get killed, so you let him take Gannon? All right, what?
I'm talking about by talking from the beginning.
But you were talking from the beginning. You did an interview from day one. Okay, so no.
I didn't want to get killed. I didn't want everyone I knew to get killed.
Some fucking random Quincy Brown, okay? Come on. Some Quincy Brown from Mugshots is going to kill us all.
Have you looked him up?
Yeah, he's on fucking Mugshots right there on Google. All you got to do is Google or Siri, show me Quincy Brown, and there he is. Bam, right in front of you, okay? What the fuck, teacher?
Okay.
Just like I found all that shit on Mike Hyatt. All I had to do was Google Mike Hyatt, and there it was, right in front of me. I didn't have to do no search. It was right there. Because I'm telling you, I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I'm telling you.
You want to go after all options, then you must be fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid to let you send me in 27 different directions. You're right. That's stupid. You're absolutely right. I know that you know where Gannon is, and that's the direction I'm going, and I'm not changing. So you better buckle in. This is going to be
You'll be waiting a long time because I don't have him.
I didn't say you had him, Tisha. See, that's where you keep twisting your words. I didn't say you had him. I said, tell me where he is. Oh, okay.
Damn time.
Okay.
Because him. And I don't know where he's at. That every day.
But you just said he's in Colorado Springs, so make your mind up.
The Quincy guy.
So.
At me. What about be a man, be a husband, and freaking go there and say, hey, listen, can we get the guy and ask him some questions?
Yeah, fine, we'll do that. But my manhood's not in question here. The truth is in question here. Okay? You say Quincy Brown is in Colorado Springs, and you say Quincy Brown has Gannon because he's messaging you and wants a reward. Okay? So if you put
message me, I said he likes messages.
That's a message. Okay. I'm not gonna split hairs with you about stupid shit now. He got word to you somehow. He said something to you somehow. Okay, but you told me he has him. He's let you know he had him, and he's in Colorado Springs and he wants money. Okay, but then you say I don't know where Gannon's at. Which one is it?
He says he has Gannon.
He says he has Gannon, and he's in Colorado Springs.
But I would even be willing to put my life on the line to freaking go out and carry to wherever the meat's going to be, knowing that somebody might shoot me.
All right, listen, I'm about to end my rope here. Okay, you're fucking lying, and I'm done with it. Okay.
Okay.
You haven't even told me where you're at. I mean, there's so many freaking lies. You say help me protect me. God damn it, you're not in Colorado Springs, Leticia. Send me your location right now. Send me your location right now. Quit fucking playing. Send it to me on my phone. Take a picture.
So you want me to send you my location?
I've offered.
Yeah, your family.
Yeah.
She'll be doing.
Yep. All right, listen. Obviously, this gap between us ain't getting no closer because you won't tell me where my son is. So I'm done. You got anything else to say before I hang up on you? Good. Don't email me. Don't call me. Don't message me. Don't use my name in the media. Don't say shit about me until you tell me where my son is.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Stauch, if you'd resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stauch, in that particular phone call, you made a comment about the candle incident and that the defendant was doing the same thing to Gannon that she did to you. What were you talking about there?
Manipulation.
Meaning the defendant manipulating situations?
The defendant manipulating situations, as I witnessed in that video, her doing to Gannon.
Sounds like potentially the defendant sent you a text message to tell you who this Quincy Brown was. Did that happen? In that phone
During
call?
that phone call, yes, sir.
Did you then do a Google search for a Quincy Brown?
I believe I did on the spot, yes, sir.
And what did you find when you Googled Quincy Brown?
Exactly what I referenced. I call it mugshots, but lineup.com or mugshots.com, whatever it was specifically, but his face next to a bunch of other people that have been arrested.
Was that essentially a sex offender that was wanted in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any independent knowledge that Quincy Brown was somehow involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You asked the defendant in there, or actually the defendant, I'm sorry, said that she was in Colorado Springs. Did you know where she was at that time?
No, sir.
Did you think she was in Colorado Springs?
No, sir.
And then similar to the other calls, her personality that she was using in that phone call, was it consistent with the way you know her?
Absolutely.
Did she ever change into a different personality?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to, Your Honor, People's Exhibit 40, which is another recorded phone call, February 14th, 2020, 1:21 p.m.
All right. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And this is just short of 16 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
Got my peanut butter sandwich.
I ate mine too. Hello?
Are you still along?
What?
Are you still along?
Yes. Okay, here, you asked for one more chance. Here it is. I'm going to shut up. You just say what you got to say. I ain't going to say shit. It's your chance.
What's that noise?
That's my water bottle.
Do you love me?
Yes.
Oh. All right. If you know it's an accident, are you going to stand by me?
Yes, absolutely, Tisha. I've told you that from day one.
I'm sorry for all the stories. I just didn't know what to do. Oh. So we were going to get your bike. I was like, get it right. It was really big, so I got it pink. You fell off of it. It hurt bad. You know so much about like heels and stuff.
What? I didn't hear you. What?
I said when he fell, he got hurt because there was like concrete and heels and stuff. The guy was helping him ride the bike.
Tisha, babe, what, how bad did he get hurt?
He was bleeding.
Where was he bleeding from?
His arms, his knees, his head.
So his head was bleeding? And this, oh God.
He promised me he was going to go back to his house and get some bandages and call 911 because we had accidentally left him all in Petco. I swear to God, keep Quincy's real.
So what happened, baby?
I didn't know they got hurt. I was supposed to call 911. They're supposed to be taking him back. I called 911.
So the guy took him to take him to 911?
I swear to God, his name's Quincy Brown. The guy was supposed to be meeting again.
The Craigslist guy? And you met him where? Like up in wherever that
Messages. My actual phone was flash, you guys. I was scared he didn't come back with it.
So keep going. I'm sorry.
I thought if I was like, I'll go back and I'll just go keep searching. And I spent the whole night driving to find him.
In my truck?
Sure, I'm sorry for these stories. I just didn't want to do because I didn't want you to hate me.
Why would I hate you if it wasn't your fault?
Because I couldn't get to him. And he was bleeding from his head and his knees. It was an accident.
Okay. So start over. This is really hard to hear, okay? But so you left Petco.
You don't talk to me like that. Where you're going to go down this road and chastise me and tell
I'm not. You're telling me the truth now.
jury called my job.
Okay, and I believe you now, because this. Thank you for telling me the truth. This means the world to me, and where was this at? Like, what exit? You mentioned the exit yesterday. What exit was this at?
It was like 163. I don't know. It's on my phone.
Okay, so if you can reach out to them and then give you your phone, then they could find it, right? Can you think of a landmark? Just like help me find him, babe. Just help me, because I can go search. I can go right now and search.
That's the only reason I asked for immunity, because I experienced an accident and I wasn't trying to cover up anything. I was trying to figure out why he took it. If I said something like you saw it hurt us in the house or something, I'm not, they would start looking for him.
When the guy,
I wanted to try to bike out and he needed help because the bike was too big. And you want to know why I've been gone? Why my car's been in that direction? I've been driving up and down there all the time until they took my car. Driving to do anything I can find, anything. Driving to find this dude. I even got into the police department and they're like, yeah, because he's wanted. If you know where he's at, let me know. So nobody tried to help me. Because before I would do anything, I made him show me his ID. Because I was making sure. Just wanted to get through the bike today, that's all.
so Tisha, hold on. You went to his house, or where did you meet this guy at? Quincy Brown or whatever. Because if you went to his house, they can absolutely.
Please.
I'm listening. I
need to tell you.
Okay.
He said to me that he would be off that exit. When I turn off the exit, you can look.
Okay.
I turned off the exit left because I thought that was the direction, but he thought I was coming from south, coming from north. So I turned on right and went towards the other direction, and I didn't see anyone with a bike in a store.
Okay. So there was a store?
He said there was a store. I said I didn't see anyone with a bike in the store.
Oh.
So I went the other direction.
I got you.
When I went the other direction, I see him with the bike. And I said, hey, there's the guy with the bike. And I made him show me his ID. And legit, we talked. Some kind of biking. And this was a tour bike. And I got a little nervous because I said, why would he have some tour bike and he's trying to sell it? You know, like, I was asking him questions like, did you not ride anymore? Did you get hurt? You know, like these stories I was asking him. Then I realized I didn't have the phone because I had left it at Petco. So then, Gannon was like high-fiving him and talking to him and stuff like that. So I assume, nice guy. And so he was taking Gannon, just helping him get on the bike and ride it. I was holding on to it just so he could see. And he was like, do you think your daddy will like this bike? Then the next thing you know, whenever they both slid, he slid with Gannon in the bike. And Gannon went, not necessarily tumbling, but sliding down and he hit his head. And I ran over there. I was just crying out because I don't want to have my phone. He was like, I live right up here, I'm going to take him and we'll go. I'm just still sitting there crying and crying. They got to see me get off the exit. That's why I've been adamant about you finding this dude.
All right, so so you got off exit 163?
Nope, it was whatever county line or some shit like that was
Oh,
called.
that County Line Road or whatever we always take. It was on that road?
No, you had to turn off of that road. I went the wrong way to start with, so I turned right. Because he thought I was coming from that direction. I was supposed to turn right.
But this was the exit off 25 that you turned the wrong way, or off of County Line Road?
Off of 25, you can get off and go both directions.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to narrow it down so I can go look, but so was there anything else besides you said he scraped his knees, he scraped his elbows, he busted his head, and he had the burns on his arms.
Well, there was some bad burns, Albert. The burns were just little bubbles from the fire. That had nothing to do with it. Now maybe it could have like scraped them open some because he already had them, but Gannon was fine. He was talking to me. He wasn't complaining on any kind of pain. I would have took him straight to the doctor if the burns would have had any kind of pain to him.
Okay.
That's the only reason. I didn't ask you for any kind of immunity because I committed some kind of crimes. I just know that it was an accident. And all I did was someone was trying to help me. And then I didn't know where he went from there.
What? So, the one I'm worried the most about is the freaking head wound because what was it? How bad was he bleeding?
It's pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. Like it was. Tell me bad. Is bad like blood's dripping down his face, or bad like he's? Or did you do anything to wrap around his head or anything?
Yes, my clothes I had on had blood on them.
The clothes you had on?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Like, oh my god, we gotta call 911.
Was this on the road or was this at the station? Like where?
Show you to explain where. I don't know my way around Colorado.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if there's blood on the road. Maybe we can find blood on the road or something. That's all I was saying.
Searching.
Okay. I agree. I agree they should find it. So where on his head? Like was it the side or back of his head? What?
I don't know. I was panicked.
Okay, so you were panicking. So an accident happened and you panicked, right?
I was panicking.
Okay.
I didn't have a phone.
Right. And did he have a phone?
He said he would run back to his house. He had Gannon, said he'd run back to his house, wrap it up tight, and he would call 911.
Okay.
Gannon was talking.
Okay. So he took Gannon to his house is what he told you, right? And you did you stay where you were? Or did you follow him or what? Babe.
Mr. Allen?
Your Honor, we would just have Mr. Stauch come back to the stand.
Mr. Stauch, if you'd resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Judge, I'm not sure if I said it, but that was actually exhibit number 40 that we played, which was that February 14th.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Stauch, in this particular phone call, you hear the defendant sounding potentially like crying. Did that sound like legitimate crying to you?
It did to me.
You made a comment that you're telling me the truth now. Was that an honest statement to you or from you, or was this you trying to get her to just keep talking?
Yeah, more of a tactic to keep her going.
The As you're talking to the defendant in that particular phone call, was her personality consistent with the way you knew her personality?
Yes, sir.
Did she change it to any different personalities during that phone call?
No, sir.
All right. Is this the first time in this phone call that the defendant gives you any indication that Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes, this is the first indication of his head injury. Yes, sir.
And then in conjunction with other injuries that she mentioned, and that was burns to his arms that bubbled, and then also bleeding from his butt very early on.
Yes, sir.
In that phone call, do you remember when the defendant describes having blood on her clothes and using her clothing to stop the bleeding on Gannon's head?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anything that corroborated that version of the story, such as any clothes with blood stains on them? When you got home from Oklahoma?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay. May I approach with People's Exhibit 49?
You may go ahead.
Mr. Stauch, I'm showing you People's Exhibit. Can you please flip through that and let me know?
Okay, I'm finished.
Do you recognize what is marked as People's Exhibit 49?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a book full of text messages between myself and the defendant.
Is the date range for this particular group of text messages that basically February 29th through March 1st of 2020? If you look at the timestamps on them?
Yes, it is.
Are those fair and accurate representations of the text messages that she sent, or at least came from her phone and that you responded with?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 49.
Defense, Exhibit 49 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May I approach the witness with People's Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, as Mr. Stauch first, before I start that, flip through that and then let me know when you're done. And Judge, what we're doing with this particular exhibit is just pre-qualification. His portion of these text messages will actually admit this later through a different witness.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize that as?
It's communications between myself and Harley's phone.
Harley Hunt?
Harley Hunt.
Okay.
Between her phone.
And what I'm asking you specifically for your portion of this exhibit, the text messages that came from you or from your phone, do those appear to be fair and accurate representations of your communications?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And may I retrieve that?
Yes.
Mr. Stauch, how much time did you spend with this defendant? Just total time from the start of your relationship until all of this happened?
Like we mentioned yesterday, we started dating in early 2014. So roughly 6 years.
During that time, did you spend a lot of in-person time with her?
Absolutely.
Did that give you an opportunity to observe her mental condition?
Yes, sir.
Besides just, we all have different weird idiosyncrasies. Did you ever see anything that went beyond just our own individual personality traits
No,
in the
sir.
defendant?
No, sir.
Did you ever see an opportunity or have an opportunity to observe the defendant, whether she could understand the difference between right and wrong?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Obviously, throughout our relationship, I think to some moments immediately preceding January 27th. I mean, she took the kids to, the defendant took the kids on a hike. She made it there safely. Kids made it home safely. Obviously didn't, from my knowledge, didn't get a ticket, so obeyed all of the traffic laws on the way there and the way back. Even that morning of the 27th, we talked about Gannon and the switch, as we've seen with some text messages. Some right and wrong issues there about how we disciplined him with the taking the switch away for whatever his offense was in that moment. And I communicated with the defendant about that punishment specifically and how to manage that. After the events of the 27th, I just think too how much the defendant pressed me about what was right in our relationship, how I should take her side and what was right and wrong and how I was managing that whole piece of it. Something that stands out more than anything is, as the defendant said to me in one of these phone calls, I think one we heard yesterday, that she didn't allow Lena back in the house when Lena got home from school. I don't know any reason why she would have not allowed Lena back in the house. Then I don't know. There was something going on that she didn't want Lena to see. If there was nothing going on in that house, why could Lena not have come in the house that day when she got home from school?
Okay, and we're going to get more into that in just
Sure.
a minute, but I appreciate you bringing that up. You lived with her in South Carolina, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you need a cup of water or anything?
I'm okay.
Okay. You lived with the defendant in South Carolina, Colorado, also spent time with her in Alaska.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant follow the laws in all of those places?
Yes, sir.
You went on trips. You mentioned that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Who would typically plan the trips?
She would plan and organize just about every trip or vacation we went on, and she was very good at it and was able to get us to, the port on time for cruises, to the terminal on time for plane trips, and organize rental cars. We always get it there and back on time. I mean, always, exactly what we needed to do.
So
time-wise.
she was able to set up an itinerary and then follow the itinerary
Yes, sir.
with no troubles.
Never.
You mentioned, the discipline with the switch, Gannon's gaming system.
Yes, sir.
Was it very typical for her to be engaged with disciplining the kids, both Gannon, Lena, and even Harley if she needed it?
Yes, sir.
Can you give the jury some examples of that beyond just the switch?
Well, that was just our typical source of punishment, was to take away iPad or switch or TV time if they didn't follow the rules or didn't do chores as was prescribed to them. She was also had a very, very meticulous about the kids' schedule. Hey, when you get home, this is the right thing to do. You come home, come in the house, have your snack, do your homework, and there was, not rewards necessarily, but repercussions if they didn't follow that prescribed schedule for them on a daily basis.
What about during the time frame so if we're going to narrow the scope of what we're talking about here, Mr. Stauch, the time frame as we get to January 2020, and especially that Saturday night when you left up to DIA, did you ever have any concerns that she was having this crack in her mental health?
No, sir.
What would you have done if you had observed some major crack in her mental health?
I would not have gone on that trip. I did have the flexibility to cancel my training and move it to another time if need be. I would not have left the house and not left the kids there if I had any concerns or she showed signs of a mental crack approaching.
And at any time during your relationship with the defendant, did you ever see her have some major crack in her mental health condition?
No, sir.
Did you know her to have any severe mental illnesses?
No, sir.
I want to ask you what you just got into a little bit ago, and that is in relation to January 27th. Was there a period of time in the afternoon of that day when you were trying to get a hold of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How were you trying to get a hold of her?
I remember making a phone call or two. I don't remember how many specifically, but that was just not answered.
And also text messages?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer during that window of time from mid-afternoon of the 27th?
I don't remember specifically when. I know at some point in that afternoon, we had a conversation about, I wanted some new headphones, and we talked about what an appropriate price range would be, and where is a good place for me to go look, whether I was on base or at the PX or the Apple store or whatever. So once again, another conversation about what is right, wrong, appropriate. But I don't remember specifically when that happened. I just remember it was that afternoon after I got out of class.
When you look back on it now, does that seem significant to you?
It was as soon as all this started happening, that was a very significant moment.
Does that coincide with your understanding of when what you just described, that the defendant would not let Lena in the house after getting home from school? Is that the same time frame?
Is the same. I don't know exactly when that conversation happened. I'd have to see a timestamp on that.
Okay.
But generally in the same time frame, Monday afternoon, January 27th, 2020.
Okay. All right, may I have just a moment?
You may.
So, Mr. Stauch, the last thing I wanted to say for you was, what is your opinion as to the defendant's sanity at the time of this event, and just generally speaking?
I believe she's is and was 100% absolutely sane based on all the things I witnessed and I've laid out. I have no other indication for anything else.
And when you say it that way, are you talking about in the totality of your relationship?
From the time I met her till even today.
Okay. And then very specifically to when you left on January 26th, January 25th, you left the house on that Saturday. What is your opinion as to her sanity on January 25th?
100% sane.
What about January 26th?
Same thing, 100% sane.
And January 27th when Gannon went missing?
Same.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini? Sure.
Hi, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Will you do me a favor and just hit the like for me? Double tap your screen. That'll hit the like. I appreciate all of you guys being here. I appreciate the chat. It has been great tonight. I'm going to fast forward through this. I try to fast forward through any sidebars and any, what do you call them? Ads or anything like that, just to get through it. So we can get through it a lot quicker. It's so good to see everybody in chat. I've met a lot of good people. It's been so fun. And I appreciate you guys so much for being here, especially for the Stauch family. This is, I just can't imagine. Let's just hope this dumb bitch takes a plea. I don't like pleas. They piss me off. I don't like them, but if we could save the family from having to go through this all over again, I'm all for that. So hopefully she just takes a plea, which will be something like guilty.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our lunch break early, and then we will come back for cross-examination. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, we should be able to start on time at 1 o'clock. So again, do not.
Okay, so they're going to go ahead and take a break so we can catch up right here just a second. I don't like pleas. They piss me off. They really, really do. But in this case, when it's stuff like this, like just take the plea, save all of us the fucking money. But more so than that, save the family from having to do this again. This is terrible. This is an 11-year-old baby that she didn't just murder him, she tortured him, y'all. She tortured him all the way back to burning him with that candle. I believe she burned him with the candle. I just do. There's no proof of that, but and on top of that, just the psychological bullshit that she did with him. Listen, I don't think every step parent is bad, but a lot of them are for different reasons. Maybe they don't set out to be, but they just can't handle the love of their lives, other children with another person. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I'm a step parent myself. I don't call myself that. I don't like the term because I did my damnedest. I raised my stepson since he was 8 years old until he joined the military, and we have a very special relationship. And I did my best, having been a stepchild myself, not to treat him any differently than I treated my own. I can honestly say the one thing that I probably did do that was a little bit wrong was I probably treated him better and expected less of him than I did my own children, because I never wanted him to feel less than, because I wasn't his real mom. So, but it all turned out good. All my kids are good. And I'm grateful. I'm really, really grateful. So kudos to those out there raising babies that you necessarily did not bring into this world, but you love them regardless. Kudos to you for that. But we do know that there are some very, very, step parenting is just hard altogether, but there are definitely people that shouldn't be a step parent, and definitely people that should never be a parent. And it breaks my heart. Just Gannon, he was just a baby, y'all. He's just a baby, 11 years old. And when we first started playing this, the first thing we heard was an audio of Leticia that she had videoed of her and Gannon talking after the supposed candle incident, and you hear Gannon in the background just crying, and she's like, it's going to be okay, we'll sell the sofa, we'll do this, we're going to pay for it so we don't get kicked out, like basically guilting this kid, like, this is your fault and we're going to go into a hardship, but it's going to be okay. And then you hear Gannon say, well, I'm more worried about my burns, and then she's like, but she does that to stop him. She doesn't want that part on the audio that she sends to Gannon's dad. It is just, it's the saddest thing. So here we are. This is old. Leticia was found guilty of first-degree murder and was given a sentence of life without parole in 2023 against for this crime against Gannon in 2020. Unfortunately, they did find the little crack in this case, which was a biased juror. Not anything against the juror. The juror himself did nothing wrong. It was the court that did it wrong. And you can go back and Google that and read it. It's all in the news right now because her conviction just got overturned last week. So this is all fresh and new. What's going on with the case now. So yes, unless she pleads, you guys, she's going back to trial. They're going to retry her. Hopefully the same people will be involved so we don't have to wait very long for justice for Gannon again and his family. But if they get a new prosecutor, they get a new defense lawyers in here, it'll probably take a year or two to get reacquainted and figure out how to defend this again and prosecute it again. Thank you guys so much for being here. You have no idea what this means to me. All I ever ask anybody is just to double tap your screen. That if you can't find the thumbs up, usually just by double tapping your screen, it'll hit the thumbs up for me. I try to get 100 every time I go live, and that's all I ever ask for. That's all I want, because I'm a firm believer that just by doing that, the algorithm will shoot it out, and the people who dig what I do here and like to hang out and find this channel amusing in some sort of weird way, then they'll find their people, that we're their people. So I don't even ask people to subscribe, and I definitely don't ask for money. Keep your money, save it for yourself, save it for a rainy day, go spend it on your kids and or your grandkids. Do something else with your money. Don't put it here. I don't try to make money off of other people's lives and just destruction that goes on in their lives. I don't only do true crime, I do some really stupid shit. You guys tell the truth. There's almost 700 videos up or lives up on my page that that I have done in the 2 years since I've been live. Yes, I am monetized, but there are a few angels that have been with me since the beginning, and we were monetized within 3 months. And they helped me pay for my StreamYard so I could keep doing what it is that I do. Other than that, I don't want your money. I don't need your money. My bill, I'm not rich, but my bills are paid. I'm fed. My dogs, I've got 3 happy golden retrievers. I've got a cat named Wednesday. I am an empty nester now, and I'm happy. I'm happy. And you know what? You're my therapy. And I just don't believe that you should pay for community and kindness and laughs and funny and listening to me bitch about things and cuss a whole lot. I don't think you should have to pay for that. So that's all free. All I ever ask is that you double tap your screen and give me a thumbs up. And that is so appreciated. All right. I'm going to fast forward through this real quick. We're going to get right back into the trial. I'm pretty sure that the defense is fixing to come up and cross-examine Al. And then once they're done with Al, I'll go ahead and close this out. This was an 8-week trial, y'all. This was an 8-week trial. And I'm trying to get through it in a lot less than 8 weeks because I've got my hands in a lot of things right now when it comes to this channel. And I'm probably trying to do a little bit too much. But the minute that this came up, you guys, I was like, we got to talk about it because everybody that I know knows about this trial. And people just can't believe that it was overturned. I couldn't believe it. I was blown away that this could ever happen to someone like this. So I was like, we got to cover it because if it goes to trial, I'm covering it. If that means that I'm here every day, then that's what it means. So it's so good to see you guys. Thank you guys for being here. It means so much to me. And let's keep going. Let's fast forward through this and hear what the cross-examination is. Let's see. God, I can't stand this bitch. I really just can't, you guys. And if you could hear me, I keep muting myself out because you do not want to hear what all I'm saying behind my computer screen to this bitch constantly. You don't want to know.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stauch. Sonny. I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you think you need to elaborate on, once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity to do that. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go back till back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stauch. And at that point in time, you were going through a divorce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated but not finalized legally?
I mean, in South Carolina, there's a 1-year waiting period, in a no-fault type divorce situation, and we were in that period. So
Okay,
yes, sir.
so you guys, physically, you guys had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to conclude.
Yeah, the final date of the divorce.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
How many teams did you play on?
Oh, I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. We played year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stauch?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the spring, summer 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I explained yesterday, I still owned my house. I
Yeah.
call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe.
Okay.
So I was we had every other week custody arrangement with Miss Hyatt or with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was the primary caretaker, custodian of Gannon and Lena, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time in the custody arrangement. Yes. Sir.
Okay. And then they would come with you guys for, a weekend here, a weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend, or?
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend. Okay. My parenting time. And I usually picked them up from school, dropped them off back at school the next day or whatever.
Sure. And you guys were all living, this is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area. Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday, especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time. And it was, that'd be correct?
Yes, sir.
And it seemed it had progressed pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then, so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015, you guys had moved in together.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. So move pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon and Lena.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about different things Landon was doing. And so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there's criminal activity going on in our house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on in the house.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the relationship.
And I'll bring it there.
I think I see where it's going, overruled.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Hoyt?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing in those phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with at that point in time.
Who was living with?
With Landon. That's who Landon was living with.
Landon, as far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Lena to come live with you and Miss Stauch.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stauch was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when I filed for it, it was between me and Landon.
Okay.
So that's just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for a few, most of that first semester or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stauch was a primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes.
Myrtle Beach, yes. And part of that also was so they could also be in proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's a
lot of factors.
Yes, a lot of variables there. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you felt comfortable and you felt that was a safer environment for them to be with Miss Stauch as opposed to being with Landon.
At that time, yes, sir.
At that point in time, based upon your dealing with her, based upon what you knew of her, and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stauch, that's initially when you enrolled Gannon in counseling.
No, sir. That would have been after we moved to Colorado. As I testified yesterday, January of 2019 is when that began. Or, well, I didn't get here until February. So in the late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
Second. Do you remember kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th or 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Riley, as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have a
I'm
transcript
looking
or something I can look at.
4702. You're aware that, I mean, you've had a lot of interactions with Mr. Allen, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that a lot of the interviews that the El Paso County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of?
Yes, sir.
When
Absolutely.
looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
I may approach, you may. Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you got Gannon in counseling right after the custody split, and you did that primarily because of the custody issue.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but the Dr. Burtek I referenced in this, that did not begin until, as I already stated, late winter, early spring 2019.
Okay.
So,
approach?
Sure.
You may. Yes. And I think it's fair to say that it was initially the plan that Ms. Stauch was going to come and bring all the kids to Alaska, and you guys were going to live in Alaska. That was the initial plan. When you went to Alaska,
once I got stationed there,
that they were all going to come
I
up.
think it's safe to assume that, yes.
Okay, and she'd come up to visit you, a couple times up there?
Yeah, for short periods of time, she did.
And it's fair to say she didn't like Alaska.
She did not like Alaska.
And part of that, I mean, she's from South Carolina. Right.
Yes.
And
No, she's from North Carolina.
I mean, you're right. She's from Lumberton, North Carolina, but she lived a lot in South Carolina.
Yes.
She liked the beach. She liked the sun. She liked the weather.
Yes.
She liked activities. Alaska was a little barren, a little depressing at night.
You're asking me to testify about how she felt about everything. I'm going to stay away from that, Mr.
All
Kennedy.
right, that's fine. That's fair.
Yep.
Very fair. Regardless, she never ended up going to Alaska.
Permanently, no. She did come to visit, as we already testified to.
And how long were you in Alaska again?
Just shy of 2 years.
And did Gannon and Lena ever move to Alaska?
So initially, I got custody in March of 2018.
Okay.
They immediately came with me to Alaska. Finished out the school year. I don't specifically remember what we did over the summer.
Okay.
And this is 2018. In the beginning in the fall is when the custody arrangement with the children, with the defendant in the Myrtle Beach household.
Okay.
That's when that began, in that fall school year, 2018.
So the fall school year of 2018, she was the person primarily responsible.
Yes, sir.
For both Lena and Gannon.
In the Myrtle Beach household, yes, sir.
Okay. And you felt safe with that?
Yes, sir.
And overall, at least what you observed, it appeared, that she had a fairly good relationship with Gannon, Ms. Stauch did.
From what I observed, yes, sir.
I mean, I think you've indicated in some of these prior interviews that she appeared to care for him and he loved her.
Yeah, absolutely. I testified to that yesterday. I felt like he had some love and trust he had some love in his heart, and he definitely had trust for her.
And you remember, was it in Mother's Day of 2018, he actually did a Mother's Day card for Miss Stauch?
I don't remember that specifically, unless you had a picture or something.
I do,
of
if
it.
I may approach.
You may.
Approaching with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B.
B is in Bravo.
B is in Bravo, yes.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar to you?
I've seen this picture before, yes.
Okay, and that was written by Gannon to Miss Stauch.
I cannot attest to who was written by. I was shown this picture by the defendant, yes, sir.
Okay, does that appear to be Gannon's handwriting?
It's similar to his handwriting, yes, sir. I don't have anything else to compare it to right now, and I haven't seen his handwriting in 3 years, Mr. Tellini.
Okay,
So
I may approach. Go, then move forward a little bit to the January of 2017. You left on that Saturday, in January of 2020, January 2020. You
Okay.
left on that Saturday, correct?
Saturday night, yes, sir, after work.
And your mom had been there for a while?
Roughly a week or so. I don't remember specifically.
What did your mom do for a living?
She is a nurse practitioner in the mental health field.
Okay. Had you had conversations with your mom about Miss Stauch and her mental health?
Yes.
And you had you'd raised some concerns with your mom about Miss Stauch's mental health?
Yes.
And your mom thought she needed to be on medication?
I don't remember that specifically. So.
Okay. You had some you left Saturday, slept most of it. You got in early Sunday morning into Oklahoma?
Yes. No, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing away.
Oh, that's right.
So it was in the afternoon some point.
She a big Kobe Bryant fan?
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out. More Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday?
I believe so, yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of the Gods?
I believe so. I believe we talked about that, yes, sir.
And she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram?
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Tellini.
I remember talking again with Detective Riley?
At this point?
Yeah, I'm sorry. She posted after this, you talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
So sometimes, like, if you're saying you don't remember stuff, then I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley and then showed you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective Riley.
Okay, so
just for procedure. So you know what, when I'm jumping back to that's why I'm doing that.
I understand. I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant, and then you jumped to. Do you remember talking to Detective Riley again? So could you clarify, please?
Absolutely. And thank you, because when I said if I ask a bad question, thank you for letting me clarify. You had told Detective Riley that she had posted that photo on her Instagram.
Okay.
Okay.
If I said that and you have a transcript of it, then I'm not up here to deny it.
Would you,
no, sir.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, I'm more than likely.
Portion was marked as Defense Exhibit A.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I recognize that photo.
Okay. And that was a photo that she posted that Sunday on her Instagram of her hike.
If you're telling me that, then yes. I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So,
Your Honor, move for admission of Defense Exhibit A. Mr. Allen?
I guess I have no objection if it's just to show.
That limited purpose.
That is the admitted purpose.
Okay. I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
She also indicated that he was
Would you like this back, Mr. Twain?
We can, here.
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
Absolutely. She indicated to you that he was having some stomach problems,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he would have stomach.
That was common.
Sure. She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal to you.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue, and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school. Like he was worried about having an accident at school. That was a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his. He typically was able to manage it well and then deal with it at home. I mean, he was 11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley. Then Monday she kept him home because it didn't, we got to give him some medicine to help clean him out till he gets past that point.
And that was a common practice.
Okay.
Yes.
So he would get blocked up and you give him Miralax to get everything out and then he would be okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. She had also let you know about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday night.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
Okay. Now, that Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, but maybe not as much as normal. And then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come home.
Right.
And I imagine at some point, that sends you, into a panic.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military school and training.
Sure.
So when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay. I mean, I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than would be normal for him to come home, even being out late. And so, I mean, you start getting very nervous.
Absolutely, because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back as quick as you can.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about some things that don't add up about what Ms. Stauch is telling you. But initially you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find Gannon.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seems odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting her of anything at that point in time. It just seems weird that she's picking you up in a rental car.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
And you have some interviews, again, with some different law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different ones. I think the first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where again can be, if somebody would have taken him, anything like that, and you're talking to them.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike involved.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children. Mike Hyatt, I have no comment on that. I don't think I ever suspected that either.
Do you remember telling Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law? And that was one of my first instincts, was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal, like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble in his background. So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And that's exactly what I said. It came to my mind and I didn't know if
Okay.
anything was legit. So that's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. And then as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based upon what Ms. Stauch is telling you, it's not adding up.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on and the days are progressing, the things that Ms. Stauch is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up with you.
Yeah, it's starting with the rental car, as we've already addressed, it starts to not add up.
And then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of the pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
The first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get Gannon's DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to, lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there and that's when the first interview took place, just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again. And it's my understanding you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station to be re-interviewed, or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the
Her.
defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, she leaves the house. Initially, she doesn't take all her stuff, but she just goes to a hotel, correct?
Mr. Cellini, I have no clue where she went.
She doesn't, she's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I can get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday, the 29th. After she left, I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. But I mean, it's in that first week though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Cellini. If you have it, then I don't know.
No, that's fine. And she had family members there helping her move out.
We did have a few, yes.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until I think what you said, after that point, you don't see her from then until court.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left, after she got her stuff, that within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested, the defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then, I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, text, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
At minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but yeah, I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
And part of that is because, I mean, one, what she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really shifted, correct?
When you say because, I'd rather tell you the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind. And I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay. And sorry, thank you for clarifying that. So she's still in the house with you when she comes up, changes from he just doesn't come home to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Eduardo was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in a master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then you're aware that she goes down to the sheriff's statement and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay. I mean, and at that point, I mean, it's fair to say now, I mean, whatever suspicions, I mean, your suspicions become more heightened at that point about her involvement. When it goes from he doesn't come home to this seemingly ridiculous story.
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear since from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was. From that point forward, everything just compounded, and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know of her, I think you've said this to a couple people. I mean, she's an intelligent person.
Do you have record of me saying that to someone?
I do. Sorry, I've got a lot of transcripts here. We're indicating that she had a stacked education.
Once again, do you have that somewhere?
Yeah, this was. I mean, you may go ahead. Green highlighted with the little star.
So that was the second one. Do you have
that? I'll just go with that one. But
Okay.
you indicated that she had a stacked education.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously I did.
You may go ahead. So after it was it that Wednesday, then after she goes down to the sheriff's station, that then she doesn't come home at that point.
So I don't know where she. So
okay, she
that
left
day,
that morning.
She left sometime Wednesday, middle of the day. I don't know specifically when.
Okay.
Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him downtown to the sheriff's station. I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that, other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back home after that.
And then in February, that's when February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
At the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was this something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling at this point in time?
Who is they?
The FBI.
The FBI. Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to me and said, hey, we would need to talk, as you heard in some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I believe as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will.
No, absolutely.
Through messages. And then, all of those would have been planned to some degree. So I could be there with the FBI agents and the sheriff's office agents.
And they had kind of, or there was a plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
both you and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is.
Absolutely.
And trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely at this point.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
Absolutely. And it appeared, maybe I'm wrong. So we had the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
The ones that I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? Do you remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection, was there a long gap? Were you guys sitting around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool. Talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information. So I can't attest to that, Mr.
Okay.
Lee.
I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
I don't know if I think I'm frustrated, period.
Absolutely.
I think I'm at the end of my rope, period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated, Mr.
Okay, so that was part of this. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. Would that be fair?
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my son.
And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you referred to them. These are garbage stories.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
And that they don't make any sense. At one point in time, she says it's Eduardo, and then another point in time she says Quincy Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that date, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. I mean, none of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that your?
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and you heard me say it. They're garbage stories, is what you quoted me as saying.
And even on that, the first one, the one that we heard yesterday, on that phone call that she had yesterday, she's trying very hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do and somebody had kidnapped Gannon and had taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goal, so what she's telling you.
Mr. Lee, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything, mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls,
she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call. She indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the information and not part of the information.
Is that, you're recording that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information.
Okay.
She talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that had added detail to this.
Okay.
She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Are you recording?
Yes.
Okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that, yes.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it, like play it in my mind, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again.
Okay.
She says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy.
Okay.
She tells you all of it was a blur in and out, try to figure it out. I got up at one point and hoped it was a dream.
Okay.
And then on that next phone call that occurred on the 14th, she's talking to you and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with her. You guys are going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Tesha doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but
okay.
If you want to show me that, you don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. It's on the recording they have.
Okay.
As far as, and now I'm going to kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stauch. You've indicated that at some point, and sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Yeah. Again, this is a Detective Bethel. Sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her and don't ride the roller coaster. Or if you disagree with her, it becomes like a roller coaster.
Sure.
You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview and you did this with the FBI, March 6th, 2020. You remember doing an interview with the FBI then?
I did multiple interviews, so I might need to see that one, Mr. Tellini.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange. Sometimes she could be really great with the kids, doing everything with them. And then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do with them.
You mind if I take a look at that?
Yeah,
I don't remember that doing an interview that time frame.
I may approach. You may. Okay.
Hold on, this says February 9th. It says interview of Albert Stauch, February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has a 3.
Okay.
So you're so February 9th, so that's my fault.
Thank you.
I think that was, I'm going to blame that on the FBI. Because on the first page of that interview, they have 3/9. But you're correct. So on
Can we
February,
clarify what the date actually is of the?
it is, you are correct. It's February 9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
But that point in time, you told them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it, she wouldn't.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
You also, in that interview, I think it was that Monday with Detective Riley, same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, you should be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days in a week, like it's like the kids were left to fend for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not the Monday, this would have been Tuesday, when you had the interview with Detective Riley back, so January 28th.
Okay. So this was the interview at
With
the
Detec-
sheriff's office?
Yes, with Detective Riley.
Okay.
And you were telling him, describing how Ms. Stauch was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Layden seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, probably in jest, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then other times they appear to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Miss Stauch and Layden.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Lena, Layden.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
Landon. I
okay,
apologize.
then I take back what I just said, yeah, can you start over with the
Okay.
Landon, because I thought you said Lena.
And yeah, Landon. With your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Miss Stauch would work together, like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Miss Stauch would take lots of trips out of the blue and you didn't know where she got the money to do it.
Yes, sir.
You indicated when you talked to the district attorney's investigator that sometimes Miss Stauch likes to refer to herself as Taylor.
Yes, sir.
She had, let me jump back a little bit and we're almost done, sir.
Take your time, Mr. Trelane.
Okay, thank you. When you guys first started, when you and Miss Stauch first started dating and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry, and that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
And that was James Lowry. Do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, and I want to go into it, but not with you, but trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but.
She had issues maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened, but she.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
Right, and she intentionally left those jobs. It wasn't she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but she had a lot of different jobs in a short period of time.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of, in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that
well, you guys have the same insurance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did. So let me clarify. We did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married. Obviously, no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
And that and actually for most of your guys' relationship, she'd been prescribed lorazepam.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship, I know she at some point saw somebody for anxiety and got a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tellini.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tellini.
When you had, again, I'm jumping back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley. At that point in time, were you having concerns about Ms. Stauch and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley?
Her involvement in what, Mr. Tellini?
In the disappearance of your son.
Yeah, we've already, let's ask your question again, please, so I can.
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or?
First time by yourself.
Yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues?
No, I did indicate that I don't think she had any mental health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time telling Detective Riley, I hope that it doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts, crazy.
So that was drawn, I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you told the detective that she's crazy.
Mr. Tellini, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
Or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Allen.
There were some questions, Mr. Stauch, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
Did the defendant know how to follow those rules?
Absolutely.
Did she know how to play the game?
Very well.
Did she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all of those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question.
Yeah.
Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play follow the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
You were asked at the very beginning too about when you got custody of your kiddos, Gannon and Lena, that it was a safer environment with the defendant than with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you have thought that if the defendant had severe mental health disease or defect?
Absolutely not.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You're asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Riley. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe, I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe or something that would have his, it wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for DNA purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
Okay. The Starbucks thing, when did that occur? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Tuesday, earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
You were asked about specifically shown a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Tellini was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Tellini about when that counseling may have started or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
So did that occur after you got to Colorado?
Yes, sir.
Which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother about, and Mr. Tellini said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Tellini said, yes.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affects our relationship. Yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could, yes.
Put some cheese on the eggs?
Yes, sir.
Without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
You were asked about the rental car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you in your mind to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
It's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just way down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease. And so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
and I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes, sir.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to him.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then trying to cross them off to see whether there was any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th.
Yes, sir.
1 at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day.
Yes, sir.
Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Once again, if the feelings are true and honest about we need to work together to find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you, the defendant, from coming down there?
Okay. And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
You talked about getting text messages and phone calls during this time that these recorded phone calls were happening.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant change I guess the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers, and emails started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud, is what I'm trying to say. So, which indicated me she no longer had her normal phone and she was using some alternate method of communication, if that makes sense.
It does. And so, again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision making that she was still able to communicate with you, even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about these phone calls that we've heard and the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there in fact actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area, on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her there?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Gannon's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line, so up north, were you aware that there was a board with Gannon's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir.
You got into some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our relationship. That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically, based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
when she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, what was that a result of?
Oftentimes a result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or lies or mistruths the defendant would tell that I would have to sort through, as you heard me do in these phone calls, that I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Harden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, I always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's where I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other languages?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start having other personalities?
No, sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining steady employment. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship, in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And why that's significant, because I disagreed with the decision. It was what I, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed fine there.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Tellini told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant that came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police?
She did.
How many times?
I don't remember how many times. One stands out specifically.
Okay. And then did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office?
Second interview at the sheriff's evening.
So the third one total?
Yes,
Okay,
let me
that's fine.
finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office. So you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
Yes, I believe I did try to call her. Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stauch? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Y'all, we are going to stop it right there. We're at almost 5.5 hours, and I came on just a little bit late. So we're not going to be able to finish this third day out. I'm exhausted. I don't know about y'all. Still live. I know, Ma Barb. I know I'm fixing to get off here. So we're going to leave it at that. That ends the father of Gannon Al or Albert, whatever I say Albert, because if I'm typing in chat, then it looks like I'm saying AI. So in chat, I always try to say Albert. But anyways, Al Stauch, that ends his testimony here. Not sure who the next one is that's going to be coming up. It could be her mother. You know what? Let me look because I'm curious now.
Called Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Oh. Don't know who that is. That could be anybody, right? Maybe it's part of the investigative team, but I don't know. I'm tired though. You guys have to be tired, and thank you so much for hanging out with me this long, you guys. I thought it was they had allotted 8 hours. 8 weeks for this trial. They actually only used up 5 weeks, and that was also including her hearing on her mental capacity to stand trial. So I'm still going to try to get through this now. I'm giving myself, because I need to take a day off, but I'm giving myself until the end of next week. So I didn't even realize today was Thursday. I had no clue to get through this trial when I be done with it. So I appreciate those that have come along for the ride. I appreciate all of the chatter, and definitely those that are just really invested in this as well. Listen, rest in peace to Gannon. My heart breaks. My heart breaks for him still, and he doesn't deserve this. And I thank God he's in a place now where he's being protected and loved, and he doesn't even know about this anymore. I really do believe that. But I do worry about his dad and his mom, his real mom, and the family. And then also I do worry about Harley. She's a victim as well in this, even though she is Leticia's biological daughter. She was 17 when this took place, and she will be on the stand. And some of you may remember, some not, but she talks about how when they were traveling from Colorado, she didn't even know they were going to stop in Florida. She couldn't understand, because Florida's not in the way of Colorado, why they dipped down to go I-10. She didn't know, instead of just going 40 or 30 straight across the United States. But anyways, they ended up in Florida. She had no idea why they were there. She had no idea that there was very precious cargo in the back of the van, which happened to be Gannon in a suitcase. So imagine at 17 years old, finding out, first of all, that your mother really killed this boy. And not only did she kill this boy, she tortured him in every which way she possibly could, and then put you in a car and little Gannon in a suitcase in the car, besides all y'all suitcases, probably, who knows, and traveled miles and hours upon hours, only to dump him off of a bridge. And then they travel on up to South Carolina from there. It's inconceivable. It's inconceivable. And yes, did she lie? Even, we watched the interview that Leticia had just a few days after Gannon was reported, quote unquote, missing. She gave an interview with the news there, local news there, and she even had her daughter come, and you can hear her talking to her in the back. And the daughter's like, I don't want to go. And she's like, come on, you're going to do it. And she said, what do I say? What do I say? And she said, just tell the truth. Just tell him, yeah, Gannon was here that night. Listen, Harley knew Gannon wasn't there that night. But again, she was manipulated and abused by her mother too. So when you're a kid, you just do what you do, and to survive whatever's going on in your life, right? And so I've heard some of the jailhouse phone calls even before this came out, just when I was still keeping up with it, and hearing the way Leticia talks to Harley on the phone. And in my head, I'm just thinking, God, Harley, tell her to fuck off. Like, you're grown now. Tell her to fuck off. Have a great life, and don't ever talk to her again. You owe her nothing. So I don't know, I did put in chat in there that recently it's been said of Harley that she has distanced herself from her mom, but imagine her having to go back to court and relive this and look at her mother sitting over there. My heart breaks for everybody involved here except for Leticia. Do I think that she's going to be found guilty again? Absolutely. This was a slam dunk case. There was never any question. The only question that was left was that Leticia tried to make it look like she was insane, just like they all do, and she was found competent to stand trial. And yet here we are, all over again. So, anyways, I will be back tonight, the same time between 12 and 1. I'm going to try to get on earlier. It just depends on how much sleep I get today at some point. But my normal time is between 12 and 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for this live. Now, I've been doing a daytime live on Savannah Guthrie, mother Nancy as well. And that's why I think I'm struggling so much. But I'm going to get some balance in my life saying, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I'll be back tomorrow night doing the same thing, the same time, and maybe later on today, depending on what I find out in the Nancy Guthrie case. See if there's anything there going on. Hope you guys have a great night, a great day, wherever you're at in this world. Make it a good one. Tell those you love them. And y'all be good or be good at it. Bye, Ma Barb. Love you. Love you guys so much. Mods, thank you so much for hanging in there with me. I appreciate you guys. If you haven't hit the like, do that on your way out. Double tap your screen. It doesn't cost you anything but just a millimeter of a second to do that if you don't mind. Thanks so much. And thanks to those that have subbed up as well. I appreciate you. And we'll keep going with it. We'll keep going with it. All right, guys. We'll see you next time. Love you guys. Bye.